going to give you a quick demo of our CTN Network website, ctnnetwork.net. Join our community. It is free. You just type in ctnnetwork.net, and this is the homepage right here. And if you want to create an account, you would just click up here and create new account right here. Sign up with your email, or you can sign up with just clicking on Facebook or Google. So you can sign up with your Facebook account or your Gmail. So I'm already signed up, so I'm going to click in Gmail right here, and it's going to log me in. And as you can see, this is our homepage. Click on creators right here, and this shows you all the CTN family members that are content creators. Everybody is on here. If you want to go to one of their YouTube channels, for example, if you want to go to Crypto Talk Now, just click on channel, and it takes you right over to the YouTube channel for that particular creator. And you click on community. This is our community right here. We do have a forum, and this is a forum where you can post things, you can interact with one another. And there's also a blog right over here that we post our own content on. And if you click on CTN Studios, you can watch our live show and other content creators' live shows right through this CTN Studios. We do have advertisements for some of the content creators. There's the Crypto Smith, there's Waddy, the Crypto Hunter, and we also have live charts for the ISOs right in this box right here. We have a feature where you click on the heart if you want to donate to us. You can donate with Ethereum or Binance, BNB. And also, if you click on this button right here, we're going to have a call-in feature, which is already live. If you want to call us, just click on the green icon, the green phone icon, and click on call now. And during the show, between 9:15 and 10, when we announce it, when Max is on or when I'm on with Max, we will start accepting phone calls, and you guys can be live with the show. If you want to turn your video on, you can come on camera as well. So good stuff there. Now back onto the homepage. If you click on members, you can see all the people that are members here. All these people here, like Chaka just signed up, Gills33, Miguel. All these people here are members of our community. So you guys can sign up, and then you can chat with one another. So you can either click over here, message right here. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to welcome him. I'll send him a quick message, and then I can click enter or just a little arrow. If you want to message somebody else, you can click on message, or you can go right over here into members chat and go ahead and message them and create a new chat if you want by clicking this little button right here. Now also, if you scroll down here, you can see some of the past videos that our content creators in our content creator family have created. You can go in here and watch some of the recorded videos. They're scrolling down here. Just choose one to watch. And that's it, guys. Thank you for watching this brief demo. Make sure you sign up so you can interact and be part of the community when we are not on the live show.
Oh my goodness. It's so zoomed in once again. Why does it do that? Well, hold on a second. I don't know why the thing does that all the time. All right. It's a little bit better. Jeez. I want to thank you guys for being here. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. I'm going to try to do the best I can so I'm not all super zoomed in. Just, stick to this particular frame right here. Let's start things off by letting you guys know what's on the lineup. Everything is on the lineup for tonight. Glad to be here with you guys. Sorry about last night. Ended abruptly. Kitchen fire. It was extinguished, but, before this show tonight, I had to make sure I'm like, you know what? Don't want it to happen again. Did some of the precautionary things, but glad to be here with you guys. Let's start by welcoming our wonderful audience slash community members, such as the one and only Tim Shea. Thanks for being here, Tim. Shay, who says, hey, the mayor of crypto commissioner, representing the 589th district of XRP Army. Thank you, Tim, as always, for being here, man. Means a lot. Mike's back. He says that he bought XLM for the first time today. Ooh, interesting. We have some XLM news. It was the news we're going to bring you yesterday, but for the most part, I don't think anybody has really reported on some of these latest findings. So that's good stuff. But I'm glad to see you bought some XLM. I think XLM is great, and I personally hold it. Not financial advice, but yeah, under 10 cents, it's a great buy. I think you buy it for 8.5, something like that, or pushing 9. So cool stuff. Glad to have you back, Mike. Let's welcome also Brittany. Says happy Wednesday. Glad to have you back, Brittany. Always appreciate you. Here's a dab to you as well. Michael Montclair with a brand new avatar. Looking good. He says, hey, everyone. Cool stuff. Glad to have you back, Mr. Michael Montclair. Happy Wednesday from Mike. But bad news from Michael Montclair. He says, they deleted my YouTube channel. Oh, no. Really? Too many violations. Oh, man, that's lame. That's so lame. I'm so sorry, man. Really, that's got to be heartbreaking, heart-wrenching. All I can say is maybe look into Rumble, but I don't know. I know that kind of just it lets the air out of the bag, right? Oh, man. I'm so sorry. Sorry, Michael. It's hard to jump from you to the next comment after reading that, but we're going to have to do it. I hope some awesome things happen to you soon. I hope that we could all get into get the bull run going super soon, all-time highs here soon. Get a Fed pause, all that stuff. The Aussie life. Howdy all. Anyone here holding XDC? It's up to no good at the moment. Up to no good. I think you're being sarcastic on that. As you guys can see, XDC is doing really well at the moment. Up 24 hours on 24-hour chart, it's up about 21%. 7-day chart, 25%. Not too bad when it comes to XDC. And JC the man, aka Josh Cornwell the man. He's going like this, but it looks like he's going like this. He says, hi, glad to have you back, Mr. JC. And give him a follow on JC the man on YouTube. Son of Fuzz back, Crypto Talk Now. Thank you very much. JG, a lot of people here, right? Stump Rider. We're going to get into the show here in a bit. Welcome back, Stump Rider. Stargazer. Aussie Life, obviously. Glad to have you back. Thanks for this continued support. Really appreciate it. Mr. Boomer Affit Sooner is back. Glad to have you here. John Francis says he made a small move to 200,000 Jasmy, decent price. Nice. That's not no small move. That's a pretty significant holding. I remember for the longest time I only had 100,000. Now I'm a little bit past 500,000. And you know what? We all have our goals. So you know what? That's a big deal in my opinion, John Francis. Right on, man. Right on. Yep. Glad to have you here. There's Mr. Larry. And let's see here. Stargazer. Yep. Glad to have you. All right. Let's see who else we got up in the house. We got JDet. These guys custom avatar. Looks like you are like your EMT. That's awesome, man. Glad everyone was safe. Max had us. Yeah, it was like, what the heck, man? And then it's like when you leave the house and then you come back later, it's like, wow, the whole house still smells like smoke. So I had to use like air fresheners and air the whole place out and so on. I'll be leaving on Saturday, and it's just like, I can't get anybody to like necessarily wash my dad. I'm not gonna be gone for a long time, but I decided to unhook the stove and take some other measures like the microwave and stuff like that. I might give him a big meal. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to like just be here 24/7. I mean, I gotta live too, and it's just, it sucks. People who have elderly parents, I'm sure you can relate. And especially if you're like, you're an only child, I didn't necessarily want to be an only child. I was not, don't get twisted. I was not a spoiled only child growing up. I was not. I had to like mow lawns, do things to get money, right? And the way I look at it is now, because my dad is basically old enough to be my grandpa. It can be challenging, but it's like, who else is going to help him? There's no other family here. It has to be me. And the way I look at it is, my dad was always there for me my whole childhood, pretty much my whole life for the most part, up until last decade. I got to be there for my parents. I was there for my mom. I got to be there for my dad, and it's just the way it is. So, but at the same time, I got to be able to take care of my own mental health. I got to be able to enjoy a little bit of life and get out, and you know how it goes. So, all right, let's go further down. Michael Monclair says, "Oh, that's what happened. Sorry, I didn't know what you were talking about. Oh, yeah, that's okay. Big Dave, welcome back. Big D Dave in the house. Looks like he's in, what's that, the Outback in the background? Welcome back, Big Dave. Tim Shea saying hello. Everybody's saying hello. That's good. Thanks, Larry. We'll have my original songs now, so that's good. Oh, okay. All right. I didn't get any of that loyal. I saw, Rodney and Jake Gagan were talking about it. I only saw a little bit about it. Did you get some, Mr. Selmo Fudd? Did you take advantage of that? All right, let's go further down. Brett Haslam, not to be confused with the current oldest player in the NBA, Udonis Haslam of the Miami Heat. And he says, hey, mate, Binance AU is advertising Bitcoin, BTC, to be 20% off. Although to go from C/CAUD, BTC is full price, 42K. Solana/AUD pairing is 20% less. I have screenshots. Huh. Okay. That is interesting. Any particular reason why there's such a discount? All right, Jack W., let's get this party started. Jasmy just not moving. Consider it a blessing in disguise. I'm telling you flat out. I think after a few things are announced, especially in Japan, that's going to be a different story, but to each his own. I am not a financial advisor, and I'm not a fortune teller. All right, let's go further down into the comments. I want to welcome Mr. OG Crypto, Original Gangster Crypto, Mr. OG, Mr. Gangster. Let me tell you about the days of way back. All right, glad to have you here, Mr. OG Crypto. The Whale reported they passed the debt ceiling increase. They weren't going to. Yeah, I know. I mean, they have no solution. Both sides have no solution. They're going to do that. I mean, I remember people saying, "Oh, it's not going to happen. We're going to default for the first time." We're not going to default. We're not going to default. They're going to do the same thing until they get another solution. But in the future, let's face it, if we've done more of our own research, we understand what the solutions will be. That's what gets me excited for things like, especially when it comes to Ripple's XRP. I understand there's a difference of opinion when it comes to people who are like, man, you're full of it, Max. We'd be lucky if we see $10. Understand there's a bigger picture behind the scenes when it comes to all this stuff. I'm not trying to say I know something that people don't know, but when I do more of my own research into it, that's a very, very appealing type of thing. I mean, if Ripple's on-demand liquidity is set up for a certain type of thing to solve a liquidity crisis. Come on, think about it. A liquidity crisis. Then I don't understand why people say it would only go to like $1 or it would only go to like $10. If there's a liquidity crisis, that means insane amount of debt, not just here in the United States, but worldwide. Okay, a financial liquidity crisis for central banks, especially. Last I checked, central banks have trillions, if not quadrillions, worth of dollars. That equates to mind-boggling money that nobody's ever even fathomed. Again, just my opinion. I understand we can have a difference. All right. I'll read this. This is from the one and only Buller F. Sooner. Years ago, here in OKC, as in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, a sports radio guy craved tacos. Well, who doesn't crave tacos? Went to brown the meat. All right, sorry. Sat down, thought to himself what he wanted. that he wanted tacos. So he went to Taco Bell to get a taco, got home, and his house was on fire. What? That's crazy. What a crazy prophecy in a way, like a bad one. Like that's like some a weird version of like Final Destination or something. That's crazy stuff, man. All right, we're gonna read a few more comments. Welcome a few more people. We're gonna kick it into our news outline. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's also welcome Mr. LJ3308. Let's go, Ben Nation. Okay. Well, welcome. Glad to have you here. Like your avatar, it looks really cool. Trowel with some money. Let's welcome Mr. Mentalek. Hello, is it Mentalek you're looking for? Lionel Richie. That's right. All right. Let's also welcome Mr. Wayneside in the house. Okay, let's kick it into the actual show because we got to get the thing going. All right, so let's start things out with some things that we wanted to report on yesterday, but we have a new report. We're going to start off with Jasmy. Believe it or not, we're going to get right into what's reported from the one and only Stephen Bird. He does watch our show. He might be watching it as we speak. Who knows? But that's beyond the point. So I'm going to blow this up a little bit. And, you know, he's got, I guess you could say, quite a bit to share. I mean, nothing like monumental, but this is pretty cool stuff. So he says, thank you, Hara, for sharing this great information to the Jasmy Army. Great to attend Taipei, as in Taipei, Taiwan, Computex, and display our world first blockchain notebook. Yes, indeed. Look at this. And, you know, I know some people are like, I don't get this. The price has not pumped. The price has not pumped. The price has not pumped. I'm going to get the heck out of Jasmy, to heck with it, and so on. You know what? How about this? That whole thing reported with the CBDC thing, and was it in China? You know, there was like something like 15 million people that were onboarded, right? That's a different thing in itself. You know, at the end of the day, I think the pathway forward is supply, demand, and what, basically speaking, it's mass adoption, right? None of this has been, you know, fully implemented with mass adoption. You know, I've always said this in the past when it comes to utility, okay? You know, it's like when ISO 222 went live, you know, it's like we're talking about the quantum financial system. It's like, okay, we got the supercomputer. It's hooked up. All right. Did we buy anything with that supercomputer? Here's another perfect example. These computers are on display. Did anybody go out in the masses and buy these things yet? No, not yet. But we will get what is referred to as quarterly earnings, and we'll find out what goes on with that. I know everybody wants everything to go to the moon immediately, but you know what? How about this? This is not supposed to be a get-rich-quick scheme. None of these digital assets that we're invested in are supposed to be get-rich-quick schemes. So understand, you know, I think a lot of us do, but, you know, there's a difference between just things going to the moon overnight because of news being passed. You know, there are cases of buy the rumor, sell the news, and there are also cases of, is the utility actually being used yet? And I think Hara did briefly address some of this. Anyway, let's blow this up for you guys. Let's show you guys a little bit what's showcased right here. And I'm going to blow this image up just a tad bit more. All right, so there you have it. And I'm going to come out of the frame for a bit. And here it is, basically. Let's blow that up just a tad bit more. There you go. I mean, that's pretty big. And, you know, like it says, Avita, all Avita PCs are blockchain applications ready. Be secure, be productive anywhere, anytime. Introducing the world's first Avita blockchain PC running on Windows OS. The three features of Avita blockchain PC: secure data locker, PC operation status viewer, PC functions management tool, convenient usability. What's it, you know, why Avita blockchain PC? Hassle-free management, affordable solution, optimized PC performance. Get the latest updates on Avita blockchain PC. Sign up now, right? So I mean, it's there, but the key thing is, you know, it's got some of Jasmy's technologies into it, right? Let's jump back for a moment. Let's take you to the next one. I'm going to blow this one up as well. Give me a second. There we go. Let's see if you double check if you guys can see it. You can. So, you know, here's people, I guess you could say, shopping and front row center. They're taking a look at it, just like anything, But the key thing is this is starting to get going. And I like that. I think we all like that, especially as Jasmy holders. There's a shot right there. We'll just leave that up for a brief moment. Let's just keep it like maybe, how about right there? Okay. All right, I'm going to come back into the frame. Thought I'd show that to you guys. Let's pull it back to, I think, a tad bit more of what we have. Yeah, let's jump into the next part of what we have. All right, so I want to show you guys just a tad bit more in regards to Jasmy. This is a report from Baby Angel. It says specifically, after being dormant, and by the way, please smash that like if you just connected. It does help the broadcast get to a larger base because of the YouTube algorithm. It says after going dormant for about 13 months, this whale, if you're not aware of it, is buying more Jasmy since 3 weeks ago. And just 40 minutes ago, he bought 76 million Jasmy. Well, this was something I was going to report to you yesterday, so it's not 40 minutes ago, but it was yesterday. But come on, guys, 76 million Jasmy. And now holding 533 million Jasmy, now at number 18th top holder. And here's some of the screenshots from Etherscan. We're going to blow this up with just a tad bit more for you. Pull this up. Yeah, let's blow it up just a tad bit more. Hopefully it's not too big. Let's shrink that down just a tad. I'll do like that. Yeah, look at this. That's a lot. That's an insane amount. 533 million Jasmy, worth $2.4 million. Why would all of a sudden this guy out of nowhere load up on Jasmy? I'll tell you why. For the same reason that a lot of guys load up on things at the bottom, whether it's Shiba Inu when they see bottom, or it's XDC when they see bottom, whether it's you name it, when they see bottom, right? If we see bottom, you better believe whales also see bottom. So if this is supposed to be an asset that's not worth much, and it's just a big scam, why are whales, or specifically this whale, loading up like this? Is it because he wants to just throw, or she, it could be she, or whoever it is, they want to just throw their money away? No, they don't want to throw their money away. Nobody wants, who's already made it, wants to throw their money away, right? That's worth taking a look into. As the saying goes, when in doubt, follow the money. That's why we highlight some of these things. You have to highlight some of these things to give you a broader perspective, even if you're the type of person where you're like, you know what, the fudders are right. Okay? If they're right, then I guess this whale is wrong. Get what I'm saying? I think we all do. All right. Let's jump back to a little bit more what we have. I'm going to show you another screenshot. I'll share this tab instead. A little bit more in regards to this whole topic. So if you're wondering where that came from, here's the source. You can check it on Etherscan for yourself, right? Etherscan.io. Look at all these transactions from, Coinbase, for instance. I mean, it's all verifiable stuff. Seriously. All right. All right, let's jump into this next part for Mr. Kunitake Ando. So, of course, we talk about Mr. Ando. Why not, And, of course, I did the deep dive, and I do appreciate the support that I got in regards to that, us here at CTN. Let's go ahead and zoom out just a tad bit more. Don't want to make it too big. All right, so it says, and this shout out to this guy, 279. He states, if you can't handle the FUD, you can't handle the FUD. Jack Nicholson, in a way. Anyway, if you can't handle the FUD and believe I'm wrong about Jasmy being the best company to invest in right now, here's a picture of Jasmy CEO Kunitake Ando. He doesn't really fit the description of a scammer or a rug puller, does he? Right. Why would somebody who is a scammer / rug puller be invited, back in 2005 to share the same stage with the late, great Steve Jobs of Apple? That just doesn't make sense. Well, Max, you got to understand, he became a scammer later on. He got mixed up with the wrong group of people. What crock, right? So, it says, how long do you think he has left to even be participating in something like that anyway? True. I mean, the man's like, what, 79, 80 years old, roughly in that range. It says, this isn't about money. It's about his legacy. I even said that on the deep dive, did I not? I said, for instance, this guy wants to leave a legacy behind. And you already saw like the writing on the wall many, many years ago that basically, maybe there was something there where Sony was going to work with Apple to come together with a particular PC, but it didn't happen. Why? Because Steve Jobs passed away. You never know that, right? And some people say, well, that's a reach. Well, so what? So what if it is a reach? But the point is that he has a vision for the next big jump of where we're going with Web3 and so on. The idea of these blockchain PCs, that's an original idea. And as we know, we don't really see, unless I'm not aware of it. I don't think any of you guys are aware of it either. It's original. I don't see where there's competition for this. There's a reason why people have labeled this as, an original idea. I like to be invested into original ideas, right? And it comes out of Japan. And if Japan is leading the forefront, that's exciting. So it says, it always works. Also, he is my grandfather from a different great grandmother. So the brother from another mother. All right. So there he is. And then like this guy says, I think West gets Japanese culture and the way they do things misunderstood. Yes. Remember how we point out the whole concept of all these people complaining about the marketing? I had to show you guys in the deep dive, Steve Jobs talking about Japanese aren't great for marketing, but their product speaks for itself. Like everybody loves their products, right? That's something to be mentioned. So yes, I think the West does get it misunderstood. And like this guy mentions, he says, just because Jasmy doesn't market in the way they are used to, for example, the Western way, people start calling it a scam or rug pull. They are doing that. They're doing it all the time. They're taking what's on the surface. But the difference is this. There's a difference between investors who will do their own research, hence the topic of, the title of the show all the time is Dyor with Max, right? Because we do this research. Why do we do this research? Why wouldn't we do this research? You're putting your hard-earned money into these projects. You need to know the background, the nitty-gritty of all of it. I want to know about this guy, Kunitake Ando, and, how he's been working with Sony since 1960, was it 69? Yeah. And how about this? Jasmy, which has Cosmos, that, contract / call center, they have been around since 1966. These are experienced veterans that know what they are doing. And this guy says, agreed. Most people don't even know that how the Japanese operates. I don't think most people do know. Just because we saw a movie with Michael Keaton called Gung Ho, and by the way, watch that movie. It's very educational. I did an economics class years ago, and that was part of it was approved for the curriculum to show our students that film. There's a reason why it's approved. If you haven't seen it, watch it. But just because there's movies like that doesn't mean that that's going to tell you how everything is set up in Japan. No, it's not. So, like it says, banks in Japan own 70% of all companies in Japan. Were you aware of that? The other 30% are foreign owned. And all of the Japanese companies belong to the Japanese government or have a link to them. This prevents hostile takeover and to protect intellectual property. I hate to say, here in the United States, I love America. Don't get me wrong, right? Let's face it, our elected officials, they really need to pull their heads out of their butt. Big time. Here, we're still screwed when it comes to FTX. Over in Japan, they made their investors whole. That's what I'm talking about. Here's an example of what we're talking about. It says, what's interesting is that Japanese culture always focuses on making Japan first in order to lead innovations. Here in the United States, we're always talking about we want the candidate that's going to put America first. They already get that on both sides of the table, right? How about this for size, right? It says, for instance, there's these differences, or research in regards to Japanese companies and how they conduct business. As a result, their ignorance will cause them a diamond hand. Moreover, Japanese companies hardly advertise their product because sometimes some of you guys were wanting some of the because. We didn't get the because. It is always the highest quality so that it never, reaches a point where like it's going to fail to a sense. I mean, there's some products could fail. Don't get me wrong. Some products can break because it's made out of cheap plastic. But it says, for instance, on the contrary, this guy, for instance, he believed this time Jasmy and, for instance, Hara and the management team behind Jasmy have to adapt to the West ways of thinking if they want to penetrate this crypto market. And that is a good point. And I think you see that they're recognizing some of it. How do we know that? Well, with little things. Hara, for instance, becoming verified, getting that, blue check mark. Technically, it's a white check mark, but you get what my point is. But of course, Jasmy community is always ready to help him get the word out, and we are. I mean, you've seen it. I'll put tweets out. But how about this? Shout again to a wonderful community member here today, right? His new name on Twitter is Candlestick Maker, aka Menelect. Menelect is killing it. He's getting the word out. The way he words stuff, great intellect from Mentelect. But my point is, that's what we're about. We're an army of Jasmy holders that are coming together, trying to do what? Have this thing trend. And it has been trending. And just because we don't see like insane pumps at the moment, keep in mind, like I mentioned before, at these price levels, right? That's some of the consolidation that we may very well need. And like it says right here, that's why I kept saying they have a free workforce army like us behind them. I couldn't agree more. All right. That is it in regards to our Jasmy coverage for now. The next coverage we'll have is a special in regards to XLM. And I know I'm just got super zoomed in right there. So sorry about that. Let me fix that. So we keep this up for just a brief moment. Smash a like if you haven't done so already. Let's kick it back into the comments. Again, glad to have Menelect here. LJ3308 says, would Hong Kong market be interested in Jasmy? They are. You saw, for instance, Hara of Jasmy, roughly was a month ago, I think, maybe 3 weeks to a month ago. He was in Hong Kong. So yes, they're very much interested in that. And Transcosmos has call centers. So there's that, what I mean? Like I was trying to explain yesterday's show before the kitchen fire thing happened that, all Jasmy needs is to have a few firms or a few different, businesses, right? That have these call centers. Like for instance, like I mentioned, I used to work for Best Western back from 2007 to 2009. They had one of the biggest call centers here, in the Phoenix area. But the key is that basically speaking, you get mass contracts through different call centers and so on. You can blanket areas with just that, like a fleet of sales of all these computers to all these call centers or all these different businesses and you name it. I mean, there's one thing that we own, for instance, Dell computers or HP computers and so on. We're going to go to the next phase. You better believe it. Might not happen here first. I don't think it will, but I definitely think over in Asia, you're going to see that supply and demand kick in. And that basically is this. The world will get around. Look, we want secure, these secure blockchain PCs. We don't want just a regular Dell PC. We don't want a regular HP. We don't want a regular, I don't know, probably whatever other brand I'm thinking of, right? I'm a guy that does custom built computers, right? But not everybody's going to do that, especially if you're at a call center. Nobody's going to do that, right? You're just going to get like, standard computers and you're going to blanket the whole darn, call center. But the point is that, again, the supply and demand, if you have a perfect case of like the IT department doesn't have to focus so much on data leakage. They're going to look at the, the analytics, right? And if the report shows, just like how I don't know if you're old school like me, remember Consumer Reports magazine? If we go into the analytics and we discover that, look, with the traditional, Dell computer, for instance, compared to a blockchain PC from Avita powered by Jasmy technology, get what I'm saying? That, I'm just going to throw out a number, right? There was 40%, right? It could be higher in the future, but let's say, for instance, this is just an example, 40% less data leakage or less hacks. That's huge. And then how about this? Remember we talked about the other day? The workers, they're more productive, right? Productivity increase. So productivity is increase and less security. Oh my God. Like you would probably have Consumer Report magazine or some other publications report on some of this. Again, when you hear that you were so early, are we too far off? I don't think so. All right. The Aussie live. Max, it's Aussie slang, mate. Up to no good. Playing up. Oh, okay. That's cool. I thought you were being sarcastic anyway. So, I kind of got what you're saying. That's cool. Let me turn on my banner. All right. Let's see where we're at. Also in the comments, I want to welcome a new person. I don't think I've seen you before. Maybe I have. You just got an avatar. I want to welcome this guy. He is Old J. Cool looking avatar, man. I'm glad you have a custom avatar. Welcome. He basically states, "Good morning, Max. Thanks for the show." Well, good morning to you on whatever side of the world you're, connected from and so on. Over here in Phoenix, Arizona, it is 6:51 p.m. on the last day of the month, May 31st of 2023. So that's cool stuff. But nonetheless, I'm going to get into just a tad bit more comments. I do appreciate you guys. Let's welcome Old J. We have a very welcoming community here at CTN, and we're glad to have you. Any questions or comments you have, feel free to drop it. Really appreciate seeing newcomers here. I realize probably some of you guys come from the recording and connected to the live. I think that's awesome. Very, very cool stuff. All right, so a bunch of new comments came in. I probably won't be able to catch up with all of them. I'm going to welcome Wayne Side. Mr. Surfs Up is in the house. Salamander, glad to have you here once again. I will read this because, you're mentioning my name. Max, only one party has a problem passing the debt ceiling, and only when they see a Democratic president in the White House. When there's a GOP president, they raise it with zero words or problems, hypocrisy. That's worth pointing out. And, we have to be fair on both sides when it comes to that. Let's face it. I mean, whether you're the type of person, not you specifically, guys, but let's be honest when it comes to some of this. So let's face it, we understand there's a lot of us that want a certain person to be back into office, or maybe you want just new blood, wherever the case be, right? One consistent thing is that when it comes to Congress on both sides, the mass majority, what was the poll? Something like 81% or more. We're not pleased with the job that Congress is doing. And yes, there is a lot of hypocrisy. Thank you for pointing that out. I want to welcome Nahuali, the Mississippian River Moro. Salute to you. Thank you for being here. All right. Let me see about fixing this just a tad. Maybe that will do it. It might. Okay. I'll come on thing for a second. It helped a little bit, even though it's kind of, good God. I don't know. I think it's just because of the default setting on my camera it does that, but that's all right. All right, come back like this. All right. I think after the show's over, I'm going to play around with some of that stuff, but you guys don't have to worry about it. But anyway, welcome back. Brett Haslam says the discount is apparently for liquidity. They are canceling all AUD pairs due to an AU bank canceling direct AUD transfers. So they're trying to get everyone to spend all their AUD. Part 1. Ooh. Some people outline some of these things that you're mentioning, and they're coming true. That's interesting. All right. I won't be able to get to everybody's comment. I mean, I guess you could say it's good problems. To anybody who just recently connected, or if you've been connected for a while, please smash the like button. We're trying to get this out to a more broader base. Let's see here. I'll read this. I think there's a super chat that came in. Sorry if I didn't get to it immediately. What do Jasmy whales know that retail does not know about Jasmy is the most important question. That's more like a rhetorical question because I know you know the answer to that. Brian Dowie, sup, Max? Sorry, I'm late for class. That's all right. Kids, when they come to my class and they give me one of those little late things, it's like they give it to me and like I always tell them like, what do you want me to do with this? You want me to bring this home? And I'll put on my bulletin board at home and I have a collection of all the kids who are late. I'm like, no, man, just take this and go put it over there. I don't make the biggest deal about it. My thing is this. If a kid is a little bit late, I don't get me wrong, because I know there's some other teachers here, right? Like Sobo, right? Shout out to Sobo. Salute to a fellow educator. So my thing is this: is like, I much rather have somebody that might be maybe a couple of minutes late, because you know what? When I was a kid, I was late to class too. All right, and I had reasons for being late. My school, especially for high school, my freshman year, I lived in Southeast Portland, 74th Avenue. I had to take a bus. I had to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Right, listen to this: to catch a bus and take that to Northeast 82nd Avenue in Northeast Portland, then transfer that to a light rail, right, to take the train across town, and then catch 2 more buses just to get to class and run over an overpass. Literally have to run. We're not talking like a slow jog. Literally have to run to make it to class. Otherwise, I'd be exactly about 30 seconds late for class. So as a result, because my weightlifting teacher, Mr. Lewis / PE teacher, is the biggest jerk in the world, I told him about my situation. You know, his answer to my problems was of being late. He says, then you take on the responsibility, you become an adult, and you get up earlier. And I explained to him, I said, I did get up earlier. This is the first bus of the morning. He didn't care. Not his problem. He told me, in the real world, no one's going to have any sympathy for you. So I always remember stuff like that, even as a kid, and it bugged me. So my thing, again, and I will stop ranting on this because we're going to get back to crypto, and that is basically this. So a kid comes to my class a couple minutes late. If he has the right attitude, or she has the right attitude and wants to learn compared to the ones that showed up early and don't want to learn, guess what? I'm going to show a little bit of sympathy and give a little bit of the benefit of the doubt for the ones who showed up late. So call it what you want. I didn't make a big deal about some of that stuff. Some of the other teachers would write up the kids. And my thing was, did you even take the time to understand some of the situations? You know, maybe it's a huge struggle for some of these kids to even get here. But that's the difference between me, I guess, and some other teachers. All right. Brian Dowie says, sup, Max. I'm sorry late for, yeah, we mentioned that. That's all right. Burke says, sup, sexy ladies. Well, welcome back, Burke. All right. I want to get into the super chat. I'm so sorry. Super sticker from Henry Brown, $3 super sticker. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Let me double check the other screen, see how we're doing on some of the super chats and super stickers. If I hopefully I didn't miss anything. I think that was it basically, and that's fun. All right. I want to welcome you. You probably thought I was going to skip you. I was not. Mr. Rashad Williams. Shalom. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate you, and consider getting an avatar that speaks more about who you are and what you're about. But do appreciate being here. All right, I'm going to find a bookmark. I'll read this last 2 or 3. Mentalek says the Japanese are horrible at marketing. They are, and we saw that, for instance, from the quote from Steve Jobs years ago. But a great company understands their weakness and addresses it. Marketing is money. Great products don't get traction if nobody knows about it. That's very true. I bought the top equals rug pull. That's okay. A lot of people bought the top. There's a lot of people who are still invested in Jasmy, even with all that stuff that happened. Sammy from Alabama. Always wondered if he was a Roll Tide fan. We never got confirmation about that. But that's okay. Go Jasmy, go Jasmy, go Jasmy, go Jasmy. Nice title to a new song. Yeah. Welcome back, Yamaha Pacifica. Let's go ahead and highlight that as a bookmark. All right, let's kick it back into the news coverage that we have. Let's get into XLM, Stellar's XLM. Now, this is going to be a nice outline for Stellar. So if you're like, man, where's the Stellar news? Check this out. And I meant to report this to you yesterday, but it's still fresh. And, you know, I have been kind of looking around. I haven't really seen anybody kind of like report on this. So check this out. So I want to give a shout out to the one and only Alp, aka Alp.web3. Like I mentioned before, you should follow him. He's like probably the only influencer content creator out there who does daily threads on XLM. And what's there not to like about that? As Larry said, can we not get excited? And then takes a sip of water. This is mango juice, aka fat juice. Shout out to Rand and his never mind, like I said. Anyway, so what is Soroban? We have talked about Soroban, but here's some updates just real quick in regards to Soroban. So Soroban is a smart contract platform native to the Stellar network that is live. We done deep dive, right, on FutureNet, and incentivized testing environment for first wave developers. Soroban introduces Turing complete smart contracts as a Stellar network built on WASM and with Rust, and is designed for scale. Think about that for a moment. We're always talking about, can you product scale, or your blockchain scale, right? You got to have scalability. I have to have the same, type of performance as everybody that's connected to the show, right? We know about some of this stuff, how it integrates and so on. I want to jump down to this, right? So Soroban provides a user-friendly experience that gets developers up and running quickly with tools such as plug-and-play SDKs. Some of you guys are wondering, like, for instance, like, where can you get Soroban, or where can you get, for instance, the other one I reported on recently. Those are not tokens, okay? The key thing is they're unique developer tools built on Stellar. And what's important about recognizing some of these things is to have unique things like this to develop on Stellar is really, really powerful, right? And we understand some of the significance behind that. The Stellar Development Foundation was created or has created a $100 million fund. Think about that, $100 million. Oh, no problem. Just boom, $100 million, like nothing, to support developers building on Soroban. The fund is an umbrella for many programs that support all levels of Soroban adoption. Now, here's the thing I want you to pay attention to. So we talk about so many times when it comes to some of this stuff, like, remember in the past, we're talking about, like, everybody's upset with, Cardano because Cardano just takes his sweet time. Well, you could say that Stellar also, takes their sweet time, but it's quality, right? And we're going to look back, in my opinion, in the days of where we're at right now, like the 8.5 to 9 cent range, below 10 cent range for Stellar. And understand, what? That was a time. That was the accumulation phase. Remember that video I showed you yesterday with Coach JV? He was talking about what? The accumulation phase. He didn't necessarily say the accumulation phase, but we're in this time of accumulation, I think is what he said word for word. We are still in that time of accumulation. So do you really want to accumulate Stellar while they're having, like, for instance, these big things going on with Soroban or Cubics? No, not at all. You don't want to see this to be like, $10 or more and try to load up a bag. But in reality, people are going to do that. We know that. I'd rather be that guy who, like you guys saw in the comments, who was it? Recently loaded up on XLM. You take advantage of what's on sale. Soroban on Stellar brings a whole new type of smart contracts. Were you aware of that? Platform to the market that is designed with purpose, built to perform, and will drive use cases built around expanding access to financial services. Stellar Network and Soroban update. So, it's nice to see him do this, right? So I want to jump into this for a second, and I wanted to introduce a guy who's going to be featured in an exclusive with the great Denell Dixon. His name is Joey Krug. You may be wondering, like, why would I want to listen to this? This guy has a penguin for an avatar. Is this a joke? No, this is not a joke. This is not a meme. This is nothing like that. This guy is a partner at Founders Fund. Now, if you're wondering about Founders Fund, it's in regards to technology, science, venture capital, and so on. He's the co-founder of over at Eco. It's a fintech basically providing one simple balance that lets you spend, send, save, and take money at the same time. And last but not least, he's co-founder of ALGO, which is your global no-limit betting platform. Literally just think about that for a minute. Like sports bets and stuff like that, but with an app. Okay. So now they're giving you an idea about this guy. Like it mentions right here, he shared the mic the other day with, for instance, Denell Dixon. And I guess this is her original tweet. The convo covers everything from what makes exceptional founder to, share the love of horses. We're not going to get into the point of the horses. All right. But the key thing is, what he has to bring to the table. So in this particular interview, you're going to see some things outlined from Denell Dixon, the conversation of what we should be paying attention to this. And that is the topic of regulatory framework and, compliance and, to get that clarity and so on. She is proponent of just that. And it's going to be consistently mentioned by the likes of her as well as other people. So we're going to jump into some of this here in a bit. But before we do so, I want to show you what this gentleman who is, Joey Crew, if hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, some of his, things that he shared, okay? Some of his insight, I should say. So how is he thinking about the crypto space? A lot of us are basically having the attitude like, what are your thoughts about the crypto space, right? Some of it's negative, some is positive, some of it's in between. But he says his vision here is simple. Crypto will serve as the infrastructure for transferring and storing value. I would agree with that. Much like how the internet provided a new infrastructure for creating and consuming information. At a high level, crypto enables financial transactions that exist natively on the internet without relying upon gatekeeping institutions. Because crypto transactions are processed by lines of code, not bank tellers or people in suits in Manhattan, right? They can happen 24/7, 365, globally without a bank, holidays, or market hours, or any of the analog frictions and limitations that exist in what? Traditional finance. Very true. This means crypto will form an important part of the software ecosystem on which societies and economies run. It doesn't make sense for us to have a separate crypto fund any more than it would for us to have a separate internet fund or a separate AI fund. Can you imagine using a separate internet? How freaking asinine would that be? Pardon my expression. Going forward, crypto will be an important part of our overall strategy. To address skeptics, listen to this, guys, are we not paying attention? Who argue that crypto lacks the practical use cases. Listen to this. This is some of the good stuff. Because you know what? Congress needs to see this. You know who especially needs to see this? Is Elizabeth Warren. Let's be honest, right? So, yes, I'll repeat again. To address skeptics who argue that crypto lacks practical use cases, I often point to payments in, for instance, USDC, Circle, a simple, early, but concrete use case that has tremendous utility today. Stablecoin has utility. Well, hear us out for a second, right? So it says, for instance, USDC allows you to send anyone, anywhere in the world, digital dollars that they will receive in a matter of seconds on, for instance, Ethereum. I tend not to get into the merits of decentralized money, gold, the explosion of innovation in DeFi, the zero knowledge proof space, gaming, NFTs, etc. But needless to say, he's more bullish than he has ever been. Now, why is he so darn bullish? Is there something coming up here soon? Well, look what's mentioned here. Just hear me out, and we're kicking into the interview. There have been a significant paradigm shift. Think about this for a moment. The shift, is this part of the reset? Aha. Well, like it says, in the past few years compared to previous cycles, and we do cover, for instance, 4-year cycles. There's all sorts of different cycles. When he first started writing smart contracts, developer infrastructure was practically non-existent. It's become so much easier to build smart contract-based systems now compared to previous cycles. True. Thanks largely to companies like Alchemy, right, whose series he basically has led at some point. Additionally, high transaction fees, like Ethereum, let's face it, used to make it nearly impossible to build applications outside of trading. However, with solutions like Arbitrum, you guys want me to mention Arbitrum? Think about that. Arbitrum is a threat or solution to the norm of your traditional Ethereum, or in recent years, Solana and so on. They're definitely part of the mix. What is the value in regards to that? Oh my God, Max is talking about Arbitrum. A little bit. For instance, or Starkware, both of which he seeded. Platforms like Ethereum have become more scalable. I think, we're waiting for that. But let's face it, Vitalik Buterin has outlined what's going to happen by the end of this year, towards next year. We'll have to wait and see what happens with that. But more scalable, faster, and cheaper to use. It doesn't feel like it now, right? Because you get hit with big gas fees on those stupid meme coins. Sorry to say that. Enable a much more wider variety of applications going forward. So I want to show you guys this, and it's a nice little interview. And before we kick it into this, to kind of keep up with the balance, and kick it back to the comments for just a brief bit. But let's see what we have in regards to anybody has questions and so on. And then we'll kick it into this interview. All right. OG Crypto says, hey, Max, to go, guys. I have a flu. Good video, Max. I'll see you later. Oh, no problem. Hope you get well, man. That sucks. Mental X tweets are fire. Yeah, keep it up, man. Mental X, you're doing really good with that. Mental X is the Jasmy man on Twitter. He is. Don't forget to smash the like button, guys. Yeah, thank you very much. I hope you guys do that. Just lemon water. I was puking all day. Oh, man, that's horrible. Sorry to hear that. Part of the Jasmy armory. Yep, you definitely are. You're trying to fight the Jasmy FUD. Well, thank you, because I get tired of seeing it too, but it's going to exist. There's Quant FUD. There's all sorts of FUD. I just like the whales manipulating the poor retailers. All right. Bless you. I guess you heard my dad in the background sneezing. Max, how's your kitchen? It's good. Just a lot of cleanup, unfortunately. Nothing got damaged, thank God. The thing that got the most damage was the pot, or I should say it's more like a pan, like a deep dish pan, like skillet or something like that. But I'll just say this: you guys, you guys, like Brian, you barbecue, so you know about cooking and stuff like this. I just want to throw this out there. So, God forbid if you guys have an instance like mine where somebody turns the burner on for some soup and forgets about it. Whatever you do not take something that's red hot like that and then shock it with like cold water. What'll happen is like it's going to be like a bomb. It's going to freaking blow up in like a million pieces. You're going to have a great big mess. I've learned this years ago, which some people might say is common sense. But, at the end of the day, until it happens to you, you just, you live and learn. So I remember that. And I just took it off from the burner, just kind of, let it air out, open up all the windows. And then from there, after it kind of like sat for, I don't know, half an hour cooling off, then I put the cold water on it and so on. But man, if I would have done cold water immediately on it, because it had the glass, lid, that thing would have burst and that would have sucked. The thing's still not clean. I'm gonna have to take like a wire brush or something, or I'll get it cleaned up again. But I'm thankful that it didn't turn into like a monumental horrible thing, like like thousands of dollars worth of damage. That would have really sucked. All right. Old Jay is in Sweden. My buddy lives in Sweden. He lives in actually lives in the border of Finland and Sweden. But he has family that lives in Stockholm. But welcome, 3:52 a.m. at that time. Interesting. A close-up Max face. Yeah, I don't like that. Close-up with Vaseline. Yeah, I'm good on that. That'd be kind of weird. All right. Welcome back to Mr. River. Gotta have River. The moose is loose. Also, is Blackwood here too? Did I miss him? You just bought some rubbers. What? And funeral stocks, yes. Oh, God. Sorry. I didn't know whether I was. All right. Moving along. All right. Sorry, I'm late for class, Mr. Maximus. It's all right. No worries. All right. How about this? All right. You had a joke with this. I saw another one the other day. What was it? All right. So how's this go? All right. So guy walks into a drugstore. Okay. And he orders some condoms. All right. And as the cashier is ringing the guy out, he asks the guy, he says, all right, your total is $9.69. Would you like a bag with that? And the guy responds, no, that's all right. I'll just turn off all the lights. All right. Did anybody get that? Anyway, horrible joke, right? All right. Brett Haslam, not sure whether my other part 2 came through, but Binance are being sneaky bastards by making all AUD pairs 20% less to trade. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Any other AUD traders can confirm. There are some other guys from, the Aussie Life, if he's still here. Maybe you can talk about that. All right, Stargazer, XLM, XRP to the moon. XLM is hot like Danelle. Yeah, I mean, for a lady, was she in her 50s? She's not too shabby. I would not complain. I would not complain at all. Marvin Davis, but she is married. Anyway, what up, Max? Good to see you, brother, and the CTN fan. Well, good to see you too, brother. What about some of your brothers? Right? Are they still around? Are they watching? Hopefully, they're doing well. Peace to you, Mr. Marvin Davis. Larry sipping water will never get old. Just like Rain's mud butt. Oh my goodness. You guys are hilarious. All right. That's funny. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get into maybe a couple more comments and then I'm going to get back into the news. Utility run in June. Is it just me that thinks this? Maybe partially. Maybe. We'll see. All right. Stargazer says this here at bottom left is annoying me. I can't fully read the last person's comment. Huh. That's weird. Oh, the heart. Bottom right. Oh, because you guys are using your phones. Yeah. Brian, Larry sipping gin and juice. Laid back with his mind on his money and his money on his mind. All right, Michael Montclair. The Chinese new crypto market traders will be flooding the market at 12 a.m. tonight. That's a good point. All right. Let me go ahead and highlight that as a bookmark. Let me double check the other page, making sure I didn't miss anything. I did not. So that's good. Very good. I want to welcome Mr. Achille Pierre. You may be French. I don't know. Your videos are speechless. Keep up the good work. God bless truly. Well, you too, man. Thank you. I'm just looking at the other screen. I didn't get a chance to highlight it, but thank you very much. Really do appreciate you. Let us know you're from France. We understand. We may be joking around about some stuff, but I'll try to be respectful. All right, let's kick it into what we have. And what we have now is the interview. Yes, is Max ever going to get into? Yes, I am. We're not going to play the whole interview, but check this out. And come on, it's stellar. Who doesn't want some new stellar news? So, again, smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's get into this. And here we go.
I'd say right now, in the market cycle, crypto feels pretty good. We're kind of mid-bear market. I think mid-bear market to mid-bull market is the best time to be investing.
Yeah, I agree with you. Well, I think that, we're seeing a lot of really interesting companies right now. We have an enterprise fund that we invest out of, and it's the companies that have survived through a lot of what's happened over the last year and a half are good, strong companies that are doing interesting work. And so I think that this is a great time to be looking to invest. When you think about your strategy and you think about the crypto companies that you're focused on, how does the regulation, how does that come into your thought processes, especially because you guys are based in the US? You yourself might not be, but the Founders Fund is. And so how do you think about regulation, especially domestic regulation?
Yeah, so I think from that standpoint, if you look at kind of how this stuff plays out, I think one is it'll take a long time to play out. I just saw on Twitter this morning, even the SEC responding to like Coinbase's recent thing, and the SEC is like, oh, well, it's going to take us years to make rules. If you think about that, well, it's like, okay, they've been saying that for years. And
well, actually, they've been saying there are no need for rules.
Yeah, that too.
And so now they're saying it's going to take us years to make rules, but yeah.
Right. And so it's like, okay, whoever's in charge of the SEC is probably not even going to be the same person by the time, those rules even get seriously put together. I think the stages that we're investing at too are fairly early. So regulatory risk is a bit of a smaller deal. Because by the time these companies have lots of users and are very, big and popular, the regulatory environment could look completely different. And so I hear some investors being like, oh, we're going to invest, basically almost all overseas or whatever. And I'm like, no, I'm just going to back the best founders.
That makes me so happy to hear that, because if you just ignore the US, you're just ignoring a huge amount of creativity and focus here. But also, you can't ignore the fact that regulation in the US is going to impact the users here, and you want those users. And so you want to stay engaged. That makes me super happy to hear you say that. Now, when you're thinking about policy and you think about the fact that you said that you'll invest now and regulation will have likely changed by the time they get to the larger stage, How much influence do you want to have in terms of like you individually, but also those that you work with in helping to shape the U.S. policy?
Yeah, I mean, I think like probably not a ton. You know, I think like I think if basically like the way I describe it is like if we came out with some big views on policy or something, it would probably kind of like turbocharge the issue just given the FF brand and stuff. But I think like there's certainly like over the years I've been to like had like a bunch of like meetings and lunches and stuff with people in Congress, and I've always kind of been happy to like sort of like help them like understand the space, because I think like even more so than like trying to shape the exact regulation, which there's kind of a lot of people involved doing that. I think the biggest risk is just that people writing it don't understand what they're regulating, and then that always results in bad regulation when you have someone who doesn't understand it, even at a high level. And so I think like kind of the education piece is important, but then also I think you also have this other dynamic, which is like right now, crypto seems to have turned into like a hot button political issue where it's become like a Republican versus Democrat thing. So I don't know how that problem gets fixed. I think FTX kind of messed that up a bit.
Yeah, I think that's true. I do think that the way that we sort of stop the politicization of the issue is to really focus on the uses of crypto and blockchain. And I think that helps to sort of make it so that it's everyone's value and it's everyone's benefit. But and I think we're seeing a lot more of that. But yeah, I mean, it definitely feels a lot like that today. But I think that we're headed into, we have to see if they can come together. Stablecoins, I thought, was the easy one, but we'll see how that plays out. I do think it's so important, though, what you just said in terms of that education piece. If you and others, and so maybe some of the founders that you work with, don't spend time just trying to educate, because trying to influence policy, part of that value is just really telling them about the tools that are being built, leveraging the technology. I think if we don't do that, then we sort of lose that connection to what it is that we ultimately want to see. So I'm really glad to hear that. I've actually been at those lunches, a couple of those lunches with you, and I found your engagement on those issues, and then sort of just like the stark focus on like what it is that the companies are doing in the space is just really, really important. So I'd love for you to continue to do that. I'm going to take a little bit of a diversion here because I read something, and you just mentioned a while ago you used to bet on horses. And that I read a story about you wanting a horse when you were younger. Do you still ride horses today?
Yeah, I still ride horses. Like maybe a month ago, my girlfriend and I went riding.
All right, yeah, I didn't want to like share the part about his input on riding on horses. Like, okay, that's great. Anyway, but yeah, glad to share some of that with you guys. The next part that we'll get into is going to be XDC, and we have to recognize what's going on with XDC, in my opinion, because let's face it. I mean, I'm gonna show you guys, just in case you just connected just now. Let's show you guys this for a second. So XDC is currently number one ranked as far as what is pumping the highest for the day on the 24-hour chart. And on the 7-day chart, it's even number one on that too. So, that's pretty cool. XDC, Quant, two top ones. Even my graph, I know some of you guys are into the graph. I'm pretty happy about the graph. I mean, I came into the graph at the bottom. I did. I came in at 6 cents. And I loaded up a pretty decent sized bag on that. So, but even this, right? XRP still above 50 cents. So, I mean, come on, guys. This is a few, like for me, XRP, Quant, XDC, that's like top 5 right there, right? Top 4. And they're all doing well. Like what's there not to be happy about? All right. Got to go further down into the comments, and then we'll get into some of the XDC news on why, that's doing its thing, right? All right. Tim, 100%. I would love to smoke one with Larry, with Mr. Ooh Larry. All right. He's probably not even here right now, but that's funny. Our night, their morning. That's a good point. It's already their morning. No. I saw that some of that interview, Max, with Danelle. He was a coding guy. He is. But the point is, I like the conversation that was brought up in regards to regulation and stuff like that. You want to hear her insight when it comes to that. At least I do. It doesn't matter if, she's sharing some of that insight with a coder or, a CEO of a company. I want to hear some updates in regards to what's going on. And it's XLM, let's face it. And it's Danelle Dixon. So, yeah, she is lovely. All right. DD is great, John Francis. She is great. Love me some DD. We all love us some double D. All right. And you guys love some TNA. Yes, indeed. What was a lady that was very, very famous back in the early 2000s for some of that TNA? God, what is that lady's name? I think she was like a Cuban lady. It was on the front page of a lot of magazines. I forgot that lady's name. Anyway, invite Eva Savajou, Le Machali. Oui, oui. Eva Savajou. Even though she's not French, she's a Greek goddess, basically. There's a woman that if they ever come out with 300, like the third one, which I love the 300 movies. Come on. Do you not love can you not get excited about the 300 movies? Take a sip of water. Yes, Eva Savajou should be, in the next 300 movie. She could play the role of literally a Greek goddess. All right. Elizabeth Warren has an agenda to save the legacy bankers bought and sold according to Yamaha Pacifica. Right now he says, Tim, if I can make it to New Jersey in July, do you think Queen will make her famous teriyaki chicken? Talk about Queen Perseverance, aka Waddy's wife. That'd be interesting. All right. John Francis says, I mean, come on, Lizzie Parasite, wanna be Native American Parasite or Miss DD baby. Old Lizzie must go. Yeah. Mr. Boomer Raffet Sooner says, Ski Elizabeth Warren. It's a shame. And she's from Oklahoma. Went to the same high school as Cutter Me Bad and Vince Gill. Damn for you. Want to pay my key? I see you, all right. Flutter's going to flood. True. Had to do a Cartman for you guys. I haven't done a Cartman in a long time. Brian Alley, grab that ish and take it outside if possible. I didn't have anything that was, like a mitt, or whatever you call it, handy, and I didn't want to burn my freaking hands, so I just wanted to kind of leave it alone for just a moment. But yeah, but I already extinguished it first, so it was just a bunch of smoke. So, but it was pretty crazy, man. All right, Caroline is useless in the kitchen, Max. If there's a fire, she roasts marshmallows. Glad you and your dad are okay. Man, I'm like way behind on the comments if that's the case. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Tim, that gave me a good laugh. The first part, Caroline and her pogo stick roasting my. Oh my God. All right. Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Achille Pierre. I just did some French thing, so hopefully you didn't take no offense to that, but your videos are speechless. Yeah, I read this earlier. Thank you, man. I really do appreciate that. Apparently, I think you've been watching some of the Jasmy videos. Terrible joke, Max. Stick to rapping and Larry impersonations. I thought it was pretty corny, but it was a joke that I heard recently because somebody mentioned the whole thing of, was it a hat or Jimmy or the condom or something? So that's just the one I heard recently. I do admit it's a horrible joke. It's corny and bad. I'll do better next time. There won't be a next time, Max. There won't be a next time because nobody wants to hear it. I'm gonna sock you through the darn camera. No, I'm kidding. Glitching the Matrix, aka Grizzly Bear Gray. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. All right, let's go further down. You just got in. Do you guys talk about Hong Kong and how they're opening up the market for their retail? No, we haven't. But you know what? Let's get into that right now. before we get into some of the XDC. You know me. So let's go ahead and share this real quick. God, why is this not going away? Let me refresh this. Okay. There we go. So earlier, about 2 hours ago, it was reported that Hong Kong's first step in regulatory crypto comes with high costs, but exchanges are undeterred. How so? Right. Well, it says Hong Kong's new licensing requirements for crypto exchange comes with greater burdens for exchange operators, but may still want a foothold in the city. The rules, basically, which will allow for retail trading, came into force this month, marking the first step in Hong Kong's bid to become a virtual asset hub. I mean, there's a lot of things going on in Hong Kong. We report, obviously, what Jasmy's got going on with Hong Kong, some of these other things, right? But I do believe it's becoming a crypto hub. And let's face it, even mainland China is starting to green light, people just to even buy BTC again, right? I think that's a good thing on the pathway forward. Hong Kong's long-awaited cryptocurrency rules kicking off a new regulatory regime. Let me blow this up a little bit more. There we go. Yes. For virtual assets went into effect on Thursday, which experts say is placing a greater burden on exchanges in the city, but is so far not deterring business. The city's retail trading rules and licensing guidelines finalized last week represent one of the most exacting regulatory frameworks for centralized crypto exchanges in the world, as Hong Kong opens its arms to the volatile digital asset sector following a series of meltdowns last year. As of this month, crypto exchanges must seek a license with the Securities and Futures Commission to sell and market to Hong Kong consumers. As the SFC, that's not typo, guys, this is a different area of the world, right? Starts to process license applications, exchanges that already have a large presence in the city have a 1-year window to continue operations while they prepare to comply with the new rules or exit the market. Ooh. Look at this quote. The significant compliance obligation has not deterred interest from crypto firms hoping to gain a foothold in Hong Kong, said Joy Lam, a partner at law firm Baker McKenzie in Hong Kong. Quote, we have been inundated with requests from existing and new market entrants who want to become licensed in Hong Kong. I'm not going to play this particular part because it's kind of long, but it says the centralized exchanges that decide to stay will have to comply with a broad range of requirements covering areas including user onboarding, asset custody, cybersecurity, and corporate governance. They also need to conduct due diligence on cryptocurrency tokens they emit and offer only those with large market capitalizations and high liquidity, according to the SFC. Now, I just want to take a pause for a moment before we get more into this. So, we obviously talked about Japan. They get it. In my opinion, they're going to lead the way forward when it comes to regulatory framework, right? But now it's like, well, if we're trying to get towards the path of clarity, not saying us here in the United States, but like other places in the world, now do you add Hong Kong to the mix? I think we're getting a taste of that. So, is this going to be a taste of things to come? As far as maybe possibly like the utility run, some people are talking about like, does it start in June? I think I saw Brian Dow, you mentioned that too. Could very well be, but I just don't think it's going to happen necessarily that soon. But there are some things that should happen that would make sense as far as maybe seeing like a decent pump by then. Again, like the unbanning of the foreign stablecoins. As far as the discounts on capital gains, again, for Japan, this is Hong Kong we're talking about here. But all these factors, it's definitely worth paying attention to. All right, so quote, it will require intensive preparation and investment costs to set up trading platform capable of meeting the requirements, according to Latham and Watkins lawyers. Christopher Hui, if I'm pronouncing that right, Hui, Hong Kong's Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury, said that at an event in March that more than 80 companies from mainland China and abroad expressed interest in setting up Web3 businesses in Hong Kong. As you guys know, OKX has been getting a lot of press lately. Let's just show you guys this real quick before we kick it back into the comments and then get back into the XDC news. So OKX and Huobi are among those that have publicly said they are applying for a license to operate in the city. Both are among the largest crypto exchanges in the world, and they are both founded in mainland China. The company said that they have started to admit retail users in the city while they work on complying with the new rules. Now, in regards to OKX, every now and then there are exchange tokens that do well. Now, I know it seems like it's something that, I don't know how you say it, like, is not too popular nowadays to mention exchange tokens in light of like some of the recent things that happened, obviously FTX and so on. But let's look up OKX for a second. And here it is. They're ranked 7th overall. I believe, if I'm looking at this right. Maybe they're not ranked 7th. When they're not ranked 7th overall. Hold on a second. OKX. But the thing is, man, why am I not pulling this up right? That's strange. Well, they do own quite a few things, and I could have sworn we could invest in this token. Let me click on top 100 cryptos. Sorry about that. I don't like some of the updates. I'm just going to be honest. When it comes to CMC, a lot of things are cluttered where they weren't before. I kind of like the old template. I don't like the new template. Just kind of throwing that out there. Let me go down for a second. It might not even be the top 100. Yeah, strange. I could have sworn they had an exchange token, but anyway, they do own a bunch of different assets, and what was it? The thing was going to pull up real quick right here in regards to OKX. Give me a second. It's on the other page. Where is it? And I guess that's about it. But yeah, I mean, they're applying for a license to operate in the city. Both are among the largest crypto exchanges in the world, and both are found in mainland China. So, I mean, I could have sworn they had like an exchange token. Am I too far off on this? I don't think so. I have to look that up a little bit more. But anyway, they do own a ton. Like it was also posted on, was it CMC? Let me see if I just refresh that real quick. And now it's just freezing up. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, well. We'll jump into what we have for XDC. Give me just a moment just to pull that up. All right. Let's kick it back in the comments just for a brief bit. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. I do appreciate you guys being here. Here's the visual of that. All right. There we go. And there we go. All right. So the next comment. Let's double check the other screen. Make sure I didn't forget anything. We did have another super chat. All right. Thank you so much. Let's see how long ago it came in. Yes. Hello, Jasmy. Hello, everyone. Jasmy Nation. Thank you again. All right. Let me go further down. I will read this real quick while I get to that super chat. Max, I believe ASIC canceled Binance derivatives license, among other reasons. So Binance are clearing shop and will stop offering AUD pairs as of today, June the 1st. Well, it's June the 1st where you're at. Still the 31st where I'm at, but I hear you. I want to hear about the horses. The hell you did. All right. Welcome, April Cornwall. Hey, everyone. Flowers had a hard day today. Lost a good family member. Oh, no. Sorry. Peter suck. Glad to be here tonight. Chicken in the Cornwall house tonight. I'm sorry for your loss, April. You guys, that sucks. You guys already had a lot of death in your family. I remember you were sharing some of that. So, God, you and Michael Montclair had some bad news to report today. That's horrible. All right, I'm going to jump down to OV Crypto. Thank you. Welcome back with the $5 super chat. Thank you very much. XDC partnered with SBI Japan. You think Jasmy will migrate to XDC? I just don't see that happening yet, to be honest. I know people would like to see that. I just don't see that happening just yet for, I guess you could say, because I'm looking at it from the perspective of, like, Jasmy is not used for a payment token. If we're going to get more into like the payment side of things, or, you know, I imagine the data democratization coin, DD, and which can be exchanged for Jasmy. And I guess at the end of the day, people will say, well, then that would make sense. I mean, would I prefer this to be, you know, Jasmy to be an XDC20 token? Yeah, absolutely. But I'm not sweating. And at the same time, you know, are we not forgetting that, or are we forgetting? I'm not saying this in a disrespectful way. There is still, guys, that BNB bridge. I know some people don't, you know, they don't like necessarily the security, you know. Ethereum is a lot more secure. Again, it's kind of like a catch-22 here. You know, like, people will dog the whole concept of Jasmy being ERC20 because of high Ethereum gas fees, right? But as far as the security issue, is a lot more secure than compared to buying a smart chain, right? A lot of people don't like that idea, but they love the idea that it's cheap, right? It's like fractions. It's significantly cheaper. As the saying goes, can't have a cake and eat it too. As far as migrating to XDC, I hope that happens. I wouldn't count on that to happen. But if it did happen, then, you know, man, who would help them get that done? You know, and I know some people say, you know, like it was a reach, like what's his name, Crypto Bellwether. It was a reach with my, you know, my finding about Hyperledger Fabric. And as we know, that Hyperledger Fabric does have, there was an Overledger update in which there's, you know, you could create interoperability there. So if they're going to do that, I think then you can set up a bridge to make that easily happen through the likes of Overledger. Is that all going to happen? I guess you could say with XDC and Quant and all that, that would be a big reach. So I don't know. I would love to see that happen. But, you know, at the same time, I would love to see, you know, Quant to go to XDC. But let's face it, that's probably never going to happen, even with Quant, because, again, like they mentioned, they're not focused on retail, and that's okay. As far as us holding the QNT token, we're going to complain about those gas fees, but am I really going to dump all my Quant because in the future, you know, it's going to be that generational wealth and I'm going to get hit with a few $1,000s worth of gas fees? I mean, I'm not going to like the gas fees, but I'm not going to dump my Quant over it. I'm not going to dump my Jasmy over some of this stuff. But anyway, that is more of an explanation compared to just your question. Thank you for the $5 super chat, though. Do appreciate it. All right. Hello, Crypto Jedi. Thank you. I also want to welcome Mr. Lambo's Crypto Talk. Welcome back. Achille Pierre says, I watched all your videos, all in on ISO 222, Jasmy, Bitcoin, and Ethereum. I'm loving this bear market. All right. Well, thank you for watching the videos. I do appreciate that. Whatchamacallit? I guess I mean on Ethereum, I think maybe you watched that one, maybe the live show that we were talking about Ethereum at the beginning, because we don't really we're not really raw Ethereum, but do appreciate you, Achille Pierre. The movie you were talking about has two characters. Last names are Lumens and Ripple. Probably a coincidence. You might want to get with Mr. Mike Cornwell, aka Elon Muff, in regards to some of this stuff. I will not be able to put a video together for that, because remember when I did that before? So I went through all the trouble of putting a video together. It was a miracle it even got showed on the live. I guess it just, the algorithm doesn't pick up on it as well. But when I put it into a chopped up video, you know what I'm talking about, that thing with the sneakers movie? Oh man, instantly banned from YouTube. And I was thinking about uploading it to Twitter now that you can do up to like 8 gigabytes. So maybe I do that. I don't know how soon I'll do that, but maybe I'll do that. My only worry is, if people are going to consider me like a conspiracy theorist nut, but whatever. All right. Yeah, stay strong, April. Stay strong for sure. Bull run already started February 14th, 2023 at 5 p.m. Eastern. That's a good point. Mr. Lambo's not at all, bro. Ask Larry. All right, how about this? When Jasmy reaching $1, that's when we know it's bull run season. Well, that's when we know maybe it's like towards some of the all-time. Yeah, that's a good point too. That's a good point. How about that? The run up towards it. That's a good point. Right now, he says he's got Jasmy, but he thinks we'll know we are in a bull run before Jasmy hits a buck. That's a good point too. How was Jasmy $4.99 in 2021? Not much of the circulating supply was out there. Not much of any supply was out there. And then, of course, since then, it's been a very diluted. There's just a lot of different things. If you look more into like the actual supply and what's in circulation, those play factors. And of course, some people would point out like, well, then we're never going to get back to that. Technically, it wasn't $4.99. It was like $4.50, something like that. But anyhow, how about this? Over 4. So people are like, well, how we ever get back to 4 based off of some of those numbers? The answer again is we need to get confirmation about the 70% lockup. We haven't got confirmation in regards to that. We've had, for instance, was a Debt Metaverse, a guy from the Jasmy Discord has addressed it and so on. That's it. I want to see more from like Hara or some of the other higher ups in regards to that. They're going to have to answer that. I mean, they can't just let every AMA go by and not answer that. I even tagged them. It's been crickets, but I mean, who am I? I'm just a content creator. I mean, some people have, and it's flattering. Don't get me wrong. I don't let that stuck with my head, but some people posted like, Max, you're currently the #1 Jasmy content creator. Okay, well, that's great and all, but like, I don't know. Like, if Matthew Perry, hear me out, whether you like this guy or not, if Matthew Perry or Your Pop, if they tagged Hara, would he ignore them? I don't know. You know what I mean? Because they have done Jasmy videos. So just because I do maybe more volume or whatever doesn't necessarily mean I'm like the top Jasmy content creator. My thing is this, like, maybe eventually Hara gives me a follow back. Maybe he doesn't. You know what I mean? But I did put out that tweet. Some of you guys did share it, which is cool. It just didn't get enough momentum. But I think, some of the bigger players have been around longer. They've been covering Jasmy longer than me, as far as like on like crypto Twitter, like Dip Metaverse, Zippy, a few of these other guys, Jasmy US, maybe, Stephen Forberg, right? And so on. Hold on a second. Basically people like that. I think on the Twitter spaces, maybe Hara identifies a lot better with those guys on that platform, and then he gives them an answer. I don't know. But I think at some point they will put pressure on him. I don't speak for them to get an answer for that. But it's still not the end of the year. We know that, Q4 2023, that's the time it's supposed to happen. I'm just going to throw this out there for everybody who may just be connecting. If you think that it's all going to be at once, I don't think it's going to be all at once. I think you're going to have, for instance, like maybe on that 70% lockup, like that's the start, right? Like, so, Q4 is the start of, I don't know, let's say 5%, 10%. And then, over a duration time to 2026 or something like that. Maybe later, I don't know. But I think by 2026, the 70% will be locked up. We'll have to see how that goes. I hope I'm wrong. I would love to see it be all at once, but you got to keep in mind, they may strategically want it to be set over a duration. Okay. Can someone take one for the team and go down on Elizabeth Warren so she can forget about banning crypto in the US? My God. When I think about that, man, that is not who I'm picturing. I am not picturing her. That's going to haunt me. That's going to be like the worst image of all time. My God. Like, somebody, I have a friend, he always makes jokes about like, Rosie O'Donnell. You know, like Max, you're always talking about, you know, Jessica Alba and how it'd be amazing, right? Jessica Alba from Sin City and Honey and Into the Blue. Yeah, it would be amazing. And then go from that to like Rosie O'Donnell. How do we go from that to like Elizabeth Warren? Like, I'm good. Thank you for that horrible visualization. No, I don't want a triple, you know what, rated NFT of Elizabeth Warren doing that either. Yuck. All right. Brian Alley, 70% lockup sounds great if it happens. I think it will happen. I just want clarification on when and how much of it at a certain time, or if it's all at once. I don't think it's going to be all at once, like I said. I'm a team. Wow. All right, sorry about that. Max, imagine the size of that. Oh my God. Wow. 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 This is all amazing. I mean, in a weird way. But this one, I think this basically this tops the charts. Jeffrey Shea. Jeffrey Shea, are you related to Tim Shea? I always wonder that. Are you related to Tim Shea? You will do that if Jasmy hits $100. But what will she have to do with that? That makes no sense to me. All right, let me go down. Not down on Elizabeth Warren, though. God. All right, yeah, this is crazy, crazy stuff. All right, let's highlight River's comment. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. We're going to get into this whole thing about Elizabeth Warren and Ron Jeremy and the whole history behind what's going on really with the World Economic Forum. You have to keep in mind, Mr. Klaus Schwab secretly visited all these people a long time ago, and they want the, you know, regulatory clarity. No, that didn't happen. All right. Let's get back on a serious note. My goodness. Now you got me talking all funny too, but all right, let's talk about some XDC for a brief moment. Let me see where we're at. All right, here we go. So I wanted to share this with you guys yesterday, and this is regards to XDC. So smash that like if you hold some XDC. You know me. This comes from Jim Bob. Yeah, Mr. Jim Bob. He says, we are XDC, building on XDC EVM trade finance. Sean White, XDC Network. Why is tokenization so important? 3 use cases. Tokenization has been cemented its importance in the new digital era we are in. This piece by Sean White, head of business development at XDC Network. You know it. All right, let's go ahead and jump into what this is all about. So he has this whole thing, and you know, we saw some of the, like, this thing is pumping more than anything, right? So Blockchain Australia, Blockchain Week 2023. You know, Sean White, XDC Network. Why is tokenization so important? Well, we're going to jump into this for just a brief moment. 3 use cases. Tokenizing is widely used for the fractionalization once divisible asset units, as well as the, listen to this thing, right? What a word, you know, bequeathment to prove legal rights to a individual organization. Here's some examples. Think of property. Think of, you know, property ownership, qualifications, personal identifiers. But tokenization offers so much more than this, cementing its importance in this new digital era. In this piece, Sean White, head of business development and XDC Network Australia, talks us through some of the other use cases. I'm not going to read all this, but it says tokenization allows a variety of use cases, broad as they are deep. The examples outlined here cover everything from the buying and selling of gold to financial management securities and NFT-based identifiers, all supported by the XDC network. So here's one of them, simplifying the gold trade network. We, you know, that always gets mentioned, right? I will mention some of this. So gold has been part of the fabric of trade and capitalization throughout recorded history, right? So it's like basically almost like not quite the beginning of time, but like for, like I said, you know, recorded history. With one of its idiosyncrasies being the burden of carrying and storing the shiny stuff securely and easily. Further, there are many third parties involved in the process, namely miners, governments, financial institutions, and individual owners. The second big thing is traceability and accountability for financial institutions. Let's talk about this for just a brief moment. Financial institutions and not-for-profits can utilize the traceability and accountability aspects of blockchain. Implementing a deposit to deploy, this might be something that you never heard of before, deposit to deploy framework, treasuries of nations, financial institutions, and NFP, no, not NFT, entities alike can rigidly guide allocated funds to specified destinations. This gives the communities of such organizations confidence in the proper and intended use of the financial contributions. XDC Network is proud to have white label projects that are fit for purpose for such requirements. How about this other one? Identity and access management. Let's talk about this for a brief moment. Native to the XDC Network, a team of elite Web3 has also unveiled work on soulbound tokenization. NFTs are non-transferable, like it says, to be used in know your customer KYC use cases with financial institutions. In the very near future, we may likely see how the incorporation of ownership of, like, for instance, real estate, qualifications, contracts, patents, and more. In fact, law blocks built on XDC Network is actually in the building process for these exact use cases. Now, I have shared with you guys, for instance, Rio. Not on tonight's show. I'm going to do it in a deep dive, or intro, I should say. I'm going to introduce another project, if you will, that's in relation to the tokenization of real estate. And I'm going to do a proper video on it. What excited me is my friend who's, he watches our show sometimes. He's one of my best friends. And he found out about this particular company. And the neat thing about it is apparently it's tied to Berkshire Hathaway. Yeah, it's pretty big, right? We know about Warren Buffett in that regard. Anyway, hybrid capabilities and challenges ahead. There's all sorts of stuff. So what I want to do now is I want to jump into this whole concept of what we're talking about in regards to tokenization. Sometimes you just need a visual when it comes to understanding tokenization. And some of us do understand tokenization, but let's face it, we have some newcomers. I'm gonna play this for you. It's roughly about a minute and a half. Here we go. Tokenization is a data protection technology. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Here we go. If it will play.
Tokenization is a data protection technology that can help satisfy security and compliance requirements without sacrificing the business utility of sensitive data. It works by exchanging sensitive values for non-sensitive placeholders called tokens. These tokens are indecipherable, meaning they cannot be reversed to reveal the original data. So, even in the event of a breach, your organization is safe from data theft. Because TokenX's data protection platform uses cloud-based tokenization, it can safeguard your most sensitive data without exposing your organization to the risk, scope, and expense of storing it internally. Capable of desensitizing massive volumes of data to cleanse enterprise environments, the robust TokenX platform creates a single point of integration to streamline interactions across systems, so you can securely share analytics between departments to better understand and predict consumer behaviors. Simplify your payments infrastructure via easy API connectivity. Increase redundancy and affordability by processing with multiple PSPs. And facilitate seamless third-party integrations to keep your organization running safely and smoothly. With TokenX, you succeed because of data protection, not in spite of it. Our unique ability to harmonize data security and data utility, creating alignment between compliance and commerce, helps drive business and data operations to promote positive outcomes company-wide. TokenX. No data, no theft.
All right, glad to share that with you guys. Gonna bring up the other screen so it doesn't, make me look all huge. All right, gonna read a few more comments. We'll be next on the lineup will be just a tad bit more XDC. And then after that, it's going to be some Quant. All right. So let's go further down. I'm not going to read that next comment from Crypto Jedi. Jeez. No offense. All right. So you guys are talking about tuna? My God. All right. I don't know why I highlighted that one either. Wow. You know, like Method Man, you know, like what's this? Smells like fish. Who I am, who I'm with. G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip. Remember that? That was from Takao 2000 Judgment Day. That's what the song was. That was a good album. Anyone buy Fofo? No, I don't know what that is. Hold on, what's this? They are saying that Gensler is a lizard person, like reptilian. These lizard people live among us, trying to, I know what you're trying to say, block humanity. Competitor to Filecoin. Sorry, I was trying to, I had a little bit of sniffles going on. I'm sure there probably is some competitors to Filecoin. I definitely don't think that, BTT, as in BitTorrent, is a legitimate competitor. Some people will say so, but the two are definitely different technologies. I think, I hold both. I've held BTT for over 2 years now, and I'm at a big loss on that. But it's part of the learning process. I have 40. I have either 4K or 4,400. I can't remember. I have to double check into BTT, and it's basically worth about $800 now. Yeah, I live and learn. Anyway, GS, welcome. Is it GS you're looking for? No, not Lionel Richie. Vaseline Max, you were missing some of my important comments. No, that's not important comments. I did see those comments. Those are not important comments. There's no way in hell that those are important comments. But that's okay. You're having fun in the chat. That's what's important. All right. So let's get into this next part about XDC. I want to share this with you guys. This comes from Aussie Life. You might be watching right now. So shout out to you, man. Give him a follow. The Aussie Life. We follow each other. He covers Casper, HBAR, XRP, XLM, Veracity, Jasmy, Zilliqa. I know some people have messaged me like, man, you have covered Zilliqa since before you joined CTN. Well, so what? You know what I mean? I'm just not as excited about it as I used to be. All right, XDC and Emu. Wow, Emu. All right, so it says XDC behaving nicely. Yeah. All right. But look at this for a second. I'm going to blow this up a little bit more. We always show you guys the other particular chart. Crypto Bellwether is basically, rolling in his grave. And when I show, other charts. But actually, the other one was bigger, wasn't it? The other one was bigger. That's all right. Let's just jump back to that. Now I lost it. Anyway, let's see. Can I pull it back? Oh, man. Here we go. All right. So, it's a little blurred, but, you get the point. That's the main thing. I'm going to come out of the frame, just try to make my own way bigger. So here you go. XDC. And there's a lot of big ones mentioned here. For instance, you can get the Travala token. And I have been kind of paying attention about it. I think, there's not much. There should be more said about that. But, we have talked about Impel. I've done a deep dive in regards to that. Some other ones that really kind of stand out here is yours, right? GBEX. By the way, GBEX, the actual GBEX, not like some fake account. They actually follow me. I thought that was really cool. And I follow them back as well. I haven't done a lot of videos on GBEX, but maybe because we tag XDC all the time and we talk about GBEX once in a while. I don't know. Maybe they secretly listen to us. They just don't comment. There's some of those guys. But anyway, that was cool as hell. It was really them. We're talking I don't know. They have 300,000 followers or something. So that was cool. All right. Some of the other one, Metablocks. Don't sleep on Metablocks. That's a really good metaverse platform, real life locations. TradeFinex, right? I think Contact Gold is on here. Where are they at? Where are they at? They should be on here. Oh, on the top. Okay, above the logo. CGO. But nonetheless, cool stuff, right? Very, very cool stuff. All right. So on the next one we're getting into is some Quant. I'm gonna come out of the frame for just a brief moment. So I meant to share this with you guys yesterday, but it's all right. This is not time sensitive stuff. That's one thing I like about Quant Papa. So Quant Papa has this, and he says Quant powers the world. Right? Some people disagree with it. Oh, it doesn't power the world. Oh, it doesn't do that. ERC20 token. Okay. Go dump all your, QNT when this thing, reaches like over 10,000 a coin. Because you don't want to get hit with $1,000 worth of gas fees. So go dump all this. While you're at it, go dump all your Jasmy tokens too, because you don't want to get hit with freaking gas fee. I don't like gas fees either. Nobody does. Quant is not focused on retail. Say it again. Quant is not focused on retail. So I'm not going to complain about the bigger picture. I will complain just like anybody else about gas fees. I don't like it. This is enough to dump the position. Are you kidding me? No. All right. So it says, what are you excited about for, back then, right? But it says, again, Quant powers the world, QNT. I'm going to play this. We have a little bit of an outline for you in regards to Quant. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's play this. Here we go.
A lot of real world implementations and uses of Overledger that solve something that everyone, is using. Overledger is going to be powering that, and that's quite exciting because at the end of the day, Overledger is going to be one of those technologies that helps power the world. It might power driverless vehicles, it might power, I don't know, transactions, payments, whatever people start using it for, and they don't know about it. And it's the same as your laptop, your IoT device. It's powered by Linux. You don't know how Linux works, you don't know the kernel, and you just know that you can send, a video image in real time to someone else. So
right, what matters is the map. You've got the map beneath the map, and so in that respect, they'll know about the maps. They may not know about you.
Exactly. So what people want is that application. I want to send, something in a decentralized way, an image to my friends, and it's powered by Overledger, right? And so that's where we're heading, and it's going to be exciting to bring blockchain to everyone globally, and they don't need to know what blockchain it is. They don't need to care how it works and what consensus it has and whatever. When you're using your phone, all you want to do is send an SMS or a picture or an email or whatever to your friend or your family. All the technology underneath it, how 4G happens and 5G and the packet switching and all the stuff that happens on GSM modems, and you don't care. You just want to send that photo to your friend. And that's what we're doing. We're allowing that mass adoption and simplicity of everything using blockchain to send transactions and value between parties.
Transactions and value between parties. You have the best example ever, right? It's like you don't need to know about like how an SMS text is sent. You just need to know that it's sent. It's just like these guys work in the background to make it all interoperable and so on. What kind of value is that going to have? And how about this? What I want to do is point out a few key things. I can't point out everything, but Quant Papa did mention to me that some of the annual licenses are coming up here soon for Quant. The last time some of these things happened, you did see significant price action, not to the point where it's like new all-time highs, but we have seen Quant basically start to go up, right? Was it 17, 20% and so on? And some people were like wondering like, well, like it was below 90. Those are all factors. More volume came in. We saw, for instance, it was trending. There was over 2 million tweets about Quant recently within the last week. But that is a big factor in regards to the annual licenses and so on. All right, I'm going to show you guys a little bit more in regards to this. Let me just zoom out. He has, again, quite the outline, I should say. But, I want to show you guys this. And let me pull it up a little bit more. So this is a different guy, but nonetheless, this guy Orwell says, Quant is bigger than the world. Few can comprehend. Quant, Nixera. Tim Shea is always mentioning that, like, Nixera is like, aka Lance Block is like, Quant's younger cousin, if you will. But look at this. Look at all the stuff that's connected to this. Oracle, obviously Alliance Block, Hyperledger, enterprise system application platforms. Then going from there to enterprise permission blockchains, public permission blockchains, other blockchains, Polkadot, Layer 0, Cosmos, you name it, right? Heck, even Ripple, Ethereum, JP Morgan's Quorum, Corda. We always talk about R3 Corda, Hyperledger. Pretty impressive stuff. All right. And then what I also want to jump into is this one. This one's kind of funny to a sense. You may be thinking, like, how is this funny? So it says, from Quant Papa, central banks put Quant stickers on their laptops. This comes from the head honcho, the horse's mouth, Gilbert Verdian. Let's play this.
One of the central banks at Starbucks, we had a good meeting. They even put their Quant stickers on their laptops. We gave everyone stickers.
That guarantees interoperability, building on central bank public goods.
Re-architecting the financial system
to ensure that these domestic CBDCs are interoperable across borders.
We're shaping it.
The ability for systems to speak each other's language.
We're right at the forefront. The stuff that we're doing with central banks is going to be huge.
But at a global scale, something to really change the game.
Yeah. It's going to be huge. And one of the central banks at
Yeah, man, it's kind of funny. All right, I'm all zoomed in again. Gosh, dang it. Anyway, that's okay. All right, so let me see where we're at on the comments. Let me try to share something else. I'll just share right there. All right, that's kind of cool. Anyway, let's go further down. Let's see here. We have the one and only Mr. Elon Muff. He says, Jasmy lost the whole day's gains in one 15-minute candle. WTF. Uh-oh. Was that in regards to your leverage? Hope not, man. I hope you didn't get wrecked. Jeffrey Shea is flexing, Yeah. All right. And just to give you a heads up, Mr. Elon Muff, Jeffrey Shea, and I didn't get confirmation earlier. Maybe I just didn't have a chance to read it. I don't know if he's related to Tim Shea, but Jeffrey Shea stated that he would, how your name is Elon Muff, right? Mike Cornwell. Well, just think about your name and then think of Elizabeth Warren. And basically, if Jasmy goes to $100, Jeffrey Shea will something, blankety blank, you know what, with your name, with Elizabeth Warren. Yeah. Yeah. But he would be considered a blockchain hero or a legend. You think about like the movie Sandbox. Babe Ruth comes and visits Benny the Jet Rodriguez. Well, Hara will have a dream. And basically speaking, it would be basically Jeffrey Shea coming into his room, congratulating Hara or Hara congratulating him because of, the $100 per Jasmy. All right. I don't know where I'm going with this anymore. Anyway, let's go further down. Jeez. You won't have those fees on exchanges. Yes, right. You won't. But people want to make a big deal about all this stuff. It's not going to be used. It's a bunch of malarkey. Okay. All right. Let me go further down. Gilbert sounds like Elon. As in Elon Musk? Or does he sound like Elon Muff? The one and only Mike Cornwell. All right. Let's Let's go further down to the comments. JG joined from UK, 4:12 a.m. London time. Nice, welcome. The show's kind of gone a little bit off the rails to a bit because of Elizabeth Warren, and some of you guys have pointed out some of the things like kind of like old school hip hop, the lynch mob, gorillas in the mist, and how you hunt or how you bring your shears with you to trim around the hedges and stuff like that. And I don't even know if I could say some of these things right now. Anyway, but welcome, Mr. JG. All right. Elon Musk says, lol. Brian Allen, shea butter is a family business. My God. Should be asleep in all honesty. Yes. I mean, at this point, all you're hearing is about how people are going to be team players for $100 Jasmy by getting hold of, Elizabeth Warren and doing crazy things. Yeah. What is my biggest holding? I don't know. Let me think about it. It might still be Shiba Inu. When I think about it, I got a little over $8,000. Actually, I probably got like 85 grand or 85 grand, 8,500 into Shiba Inu. I have a little over, I think I have like something like 7,400 now because I got back into it, into Filecoin. But I still have a lot of like Jasmy. I got like probably a couple grand into that. I don't know, man. I had to double check that. But as far as just dollar value, like what I put into it, I probably have to say either SHIB, Filecoin, stuff like that. But I don't want to downplay it, because I also take advantage of sale prices. You know what I mean? Like audio. I have a pretty decent sized bag of audio, but I didn't throw thousands of dollars at it. You know what I mean? I didn't throw like, $5,000 into it, but I bought the bottom. The graph, 6 cents, I bought the bottom, but I didn't throw like, 3 or 4 grand into it. So, how about this? All right. BTT. I bought $4,400 into BTT, but I got wrecked on BTT. It's not only worth like, $800. So it just depends, and that doesn't mean I discount any of the ones I have. Like I have some Quant, I have XRP, XLM, stuff like that. But like XLM, right? Doubled my position on XLM a while back, but I bought like at the time bottom. It's not the bottom anymore, but I bought basically like 8 cents for XLM. I'm not complaining about that. All right, let's go further down. Yep, I'm still DCing every month at least into something. My goal for Jasmy is I want 1 million Jasmy, so I'm still DCing until I hit my goals. I have Polygon. I have nothing against Arbitrum. At some point maybe I should buy a bag of Arbitrum. I recognize the opportunity there. But I'm not going to necessarily pick one or the other. I mean, currently speaking, I guess you could say I did because I hold Polygon. I think when we get to new all-time highs for the bull market and so on, we're going to be all very happy with our Polygon. All right. My biggest holding, according to Crypto Jedi, is Quant Bone. Most dollar in price in as well. Oh, okay, cool. You got Quant and Gala right on. Right now he says Quant. Crypto Jedi says Quant. Nice. All right, let's go ahead and jump into a little bit more of what we have. Let me see where we're at. All right, this is from Elon Muff. So you did tag me on this. Let's share this. So here it is. This is now getting into the XRP news. So HSBC, the largest Europe-based bank by total assets, mentions the XRP ledger for cross-border payments. This was reported roughly about 7 hours ago. The financial institution alone handles nearly $250 billion per year in foreign exchange. It's also referred to as DLT, it also referred to DLT as a, quote, game changer, distributed ledger technology in capital markets, game changers, future trends, and securities and services. look at what's highlighted here. So it says DOT can streamline end-to-end value transfers and reducing costs, operational risk, and settlement periods. For example, Ripple's XRP ledger provides real-time cross-border settlements using tokens that represent central bank currencies. There you go. And like it also mentions, in foreign exchange, HSBC's FX Everywhere tool processed more than 3 million intercompany FX transactions worth $250 billion in its first year. That's pretty big. Thank you from Mr. Elon Muff. Here's a little bit more from the Muff, aka Crypto Mike. He says he now pronounces XRP and XLM global stablecoins proof. Now, I did a video, somewhat of a deep dive in regards to this a while back. I'm sure you guys kind of remember that. It was, for instance, what bank was that? Oh, that bugs me now. Let's pull this up real quick. So there was a certain bank that mentioned the two as being officially global stablecoins. This did get brought up a while back. I'm going to scroll down. Let's try to find it real quick. I want to show you guys this because it's worth paying attention to. Because if it's still like the same one, that's one thing, right? But if it's a different bank, then that's even that much more significant, in my opinion. Let's see if I can find this real quick. I'm sure I'm going to find it here in any moment because I remember doing this video in regards to global stable coins. Man, where is this at? You know, where you at? Oh, there you go. Here it is. I found it. All right. So back a few months ago, 3 months ago, this video got 2,100 views, which is not bad for our size of our channel. So in the thumbnail, it says, for instance, Stellar, XLM, and Ripple XRP global stablecoins, according to who, guys? The World Bank. Okay, the World Bank. So let's find out with what Mr. Elon Muff has tagged. Is it going to also be the same news that we heard from before in regards to the World Bank? Well, let's go ahead and play this. Shout out to Mr. Spidey, XRP, Mr. Man, right? The guy dresses up as Spidey. Let's play this.
We going all in, like we got nothing to lose. We making moves. We making major moves. We making moves. We making major moves. We making moves.
What is up, everybody? I am Mr. Man. Thank you guys for joining me again on another adventure, taking deep dives down these rabbit holes. And man, when we go down, we go down, we go deep. Today, we're going to look at synthetic CBDCs. All right, a lot of people talk about CBDCs, but I have no idea what a CBDC actually is. They think that they're going to be issued a CBDC from the central banks. You're not touching a CBDC ever. All right, you're not touching a wholesale CBDC. You're not touching a retail CBDC. A synthetic CBDC you will be touching, though. So let's learn a bit about what these synthetic CBDCs are, okay? A breakdown of the different CBDC models. Okay, synthetic CBDC really isn't a CBDC at all. Rather, synthetic CBDC describes a stable coin. Remember, I've been telling you guys XRP, XLM are stable coins that may include HBAR, ALGO, and a few others. I'm not 100% sure about them, but what I can talk to is XRP and XLM and tell you that they are a stable coin. Not just a regular stable coin backed by fiat reserves, but these are global stable coins backed by a basket of reserves. A basket of reserves being central bank reserves, okay? So a synthetic CBDC describes a stable coin with the reserves backing its value held in central bank master accounts. Let's break down what this description means in more detail. First, a stablecoin is a cryptocurrency with its value pegged to government currencies. Government currency, which is fiat, extremely fiat, right? In government, we trust money. That's the paper money we all use today. Short-term securities or commodities in an effort to stabilize its value. To achieve this peg, stablecoin issuers commonly hold reserves on a one-for-one basis. The safety and soundness of those reserves can depend on where they're being held. For instance, traditional banks typically hold their reserves at the Federal Reserve in what is known as a master account. However, access to master accounts is generally limited to federally regulated banks. By opening this access to a stablecoin issuer, a regular stablecoin issuer, a synthetic CBDC would be like, wherever. However, access to master accounts is generally limited to federally regulated banks. By opening this access to a stablecoin issuer, a synthetic CBDC would be like the dollar denominated stablecoin that already exists. But the dollars that back it would be held in a master account earning interest at the Federal Reserve. So the money backing this SCBDC would be interest bearing. That is new to me. So that's from a university, okay? This is a university study here, the Cato University. Here, now we're with CSIS, all right? Center for Strategic and International Studies. Learning a bit more about it. Synthetic. So they're talking about the different types of CBDCs as well, wholesale and retail, and now we're going to go into synthetic again. The third option, a synthetic CBDC, is not really a CBDC at all because the central bank would not be issuing the digital currency. A synthetic CBDC is a stablecoin with a twist. The issuing financial institution would back its stablecoin with reserves at the Fed. Notice how they said the Fed specifically. In the previous Cato University, they said the master accounts. Put those two together, we have the Fed master accounts. And they are coming open when? This summer. In effect, this would be the digital currency version of the currency board regime used by central banks wanting to maintain a fixed exchange rate with currency nearly or fully backed by foreign exchange, such as in Hong Kong. If a synthetic CBDC or SCBDC were 100% backed by reserves at the Fed, it would be a form of so-called narrow banking. I started to look that word up. I keep hearing it, and I keep telling myself, I can look up narrow banking. What the hell is a narrow banking? What is narrow banking? In contrast with fractional reserve banking, which is why some proponents call this narrow stablecoin. Remember that word, narrow stablecoin. A synthetic CBDC or a system permitting the issuance of multiple fully backed dollar stablecoins would be as safe as a CBDC while offering more private sector competition and innovation. So there's the retail stablecoin and then the wholesale stablecoin, which they are calling narrow banking or a wholesale or a narrow stablecoin or a synthetic CBDC or global stablecoin. They are all the same thing. What model should the United States choose? So we talk about the states now. The United States need not choose a single model for a digital dollar. As such, it might make more sense to think of digital dollars in the plural. Of the models described above, an intermediate CBDC and a synthetic CBDC. So it's going to be the same for most other places where you have the, I guess most places are going to have the same structure like that, the wholesale CBDC, which is central bank wholesale money moving behind the scenes. And then you have the central bank stablecoin moving as well. More generally, a US CBDC and dollar stablecoin could coexist. It's going to coexist. I'm going to further my point. Here's the BIS. All right. Let me just show you guys here. BIS, Central Bank Digital Currencies, Foundational Principles and Core. This is from the BIS. It is musty today in this mesask. Oh, my face isn't sideways. No. Nope. Here we go. Synthetic CBDC is not a CBDC. Why do we keep seeing that? All right, why do we keep seeing it's not a CBDC? It's not a potential alternative framework under which central banks could. Let me get rid of that. How do I close that? I have no idea. Whatever. Okay. could engage with the rise of digital currencies would be for private sector payment services provided to issue liabilities matched by funds held at the central bank. Such an approach has been suggested by some stablecoin proposals and described in some papers as a synthetic CBDC or SCBDC. Guys, don't forget this word, SCBDC. It's not a central bank digital currency, okay? It's not. It is not a central bank digital currency. It's not. That's what it says there. It's not a CBDC. It's a stable coin. It's a wholesale stable coin. This isn't me spitballing here. This is what they're telling you. It's what we're showing. We're just taking the breadcrumbs and following where they're telling us. I don't care who argues with me and says, "Oh, show me the documents that XRP and XLM and other coins are stable coins and blah blah blah." I go where the regulators lead, all right? These guys are the ones who are going to be instilling the framework and the box that people will be operating within. I'm going where they tell me to go, where they're showing me to go, all right? We're going to win this shit. We have no option but to win. The only place from here to go is up. That's it. In addition to not being a CBDC by definition, these liabilities would also lack some key features of central bank money as described in section 2 and 3. Commercial payment service providers benefit from strong network effects, potentially leading to concentration and monopolies of fragmentation. Central banks have public policy rather than private objectives. This enables neutrality in providing services to users, allowing for an open and inclusive system. Another difference between CBDC and narrow banking, see that they keep interchanging the words, they're the same thing. Narrow banking, wholesale, stablecoin, synthetic CBDC, global stablecoin, is liquidity. Central banks can expand their balance sheet and create additional liabilities at short notice in response to underlying demand. By design, a payment service provider, PSP, as described above, cannot do this. Every liability must be matched by funds held at the central bank. So now that we know who we're following here, we're following the Fed. All right, that's where these reserves are going to be held. They're going to be held at the Fed. There will be some issue with the strength of the U.S. dollar, but the U.S. dollar is not going anywhere. Don't let these, the de-dollarization fool you. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's going to lose its strength, but it's not going to lose its reserve currency yet. There's still a long time for that still. 15, 20 years kind of thing. My projection. I could be wrong. I just made that number up as I'm talking, but that projection could be 10, 15, 20 years from now. There might be a useful role for privately issued liabilities matched with central bank money in a jurisdiction's payment system. However, the system information and decision-making process for a central bank to enable such an arrangement is very different from a consideration of using a CBDC. Okay. So we heard what BRS had to say. What does the WEF have to say? All right, these are the people that are leading this, right? These are the people that are leading this. All these people are leading this. We're just, wherever you go, I'll follow. Not saying that's a good thing, but this is under key questions to be answered for the WEF. How do major jurisdictions, international organizations, and regional organizations differ in defining a synthetic CBDC and stablecoin? So there is differences in the definition of what this SCBDC is, which we can't have. Is there a way to unify the definition and the taxonomy of this so it operates the same no matter where it is? Again, we were talking about bilateral agreements in the previous video. This is where the bilateral agreements come in. If I see it as this, you see it as that. If you see it as that, the next person sees it as that. We all see it as the same thing. So no matter what happens here, will happen here, will happen there. They will happen the exact same way, no matter where it goes. What are the key policy and regulatory incompatibilities and gaps related to synthetic CBDCs and stablecoins across major economies? What are the risks and the extra territorial impacts of those incompatibilities and gaps? Could they lead to regulatory arbitrage or vulnerabilities in crypto security, in cyber security, or operational resilience? Yeah, good question. Good question. It's musty. Is it just me? Are you guys feeling all that too? We had a dumping of rain here earlier. Could be because of that. So moving on, we're going to what page are we on here? 64. We are at the BOE now, okay? Bank of England. All right, we're not just pulling out little piddly things here. We're using these heavy hitters here, okay, to come to our conclusion, to come to our thesis. And I'm getting to the end of this here. There's 2 more pages after this. So we are talking about synthetic CBDCs here, reserve-backed stablecoins. They're calling them reserve-backed stablecoins. Would be economically similar to the digital pound, but are not a CBDC. A non-bank stablecoin could have backing assets held entirely with the central bank. We were just talking about this, were we not? Well, this would be economically similar to the digital pound. Such a stablecoin would be a liability of the private sector issuer rather than a claim on the central bank. Who would be the private sector issuer? Right? Think about that one for a minute. Who would be the private sector issuer? Not the bank. It wouldn't be the bank. That's what it says here. So such an approach has been described by some as a synthetic CBDC, but gives the user's claim is not in the central bank. This is not considered a CBDC and is therefore not under consideration as part of our model of provision. So they're not the ones who govern that, right? Think about it. Who governs the bank? Who will be governing these banks in their rule book? Ripple would be governing these banks in their rule book for RippleNet. Let's just here we go. Okay. I showed you guys this yesterday. All about Project Hamilton, central bank digital currencies, CBDC research. Watch. Up. Here we go. Retail CBDC, what's happening around the globe? This is from the retail perspective now. You have wholesale CBDC, retail CBDC, wholesale synthetic CBDC, retail synthetic CBDC, XRP, wholesale synthetic CBDC, XLM, SCBDC. Proof right here, okay? Stellar, look right here. Ukraine limited pilot test of synthetic CBDC in 2018. Based on the Stellar protocol. We've been through this so many times, you guys. You guys know this. I know you know this. Where we had walked together in regards to the whole Ukraine structure right now for the refugees using Tascom Bank and NBU, National Bank of Ukraine, with Bit Inc. and Stellar as the rails and USDC being issued to these Ukrainian people. Who is the synthetic CBDC? Who offers that liquidity? Right? Remember we were talking about the liquidity? Who offers that here? Stellar does. XLM. They have committed to continuing research, or is it through 2023, and have partnered with Stellar and Bit Inc. All right. Boom. What page is this on here? This is the last thing I want to show you guys before I get off and go for a run. I am on page 16. This here, I want to show you guys, this is a G20 document, or G30 document, sorry, it's spazzing out here. There we go. Digital currencies and stablecoins, G30 document. Boom, that's how we roll. We use the heavy players, right? We don't just talk out of our buttholes. We know what we're talking about. On this channel, we know what we're talking about. We use documents, we use videos, we know how to backcheck our stuff, essentially, all right? Indirect CBDC or hybrid CBDC. They're also calling it hybrid now. Concerns associated with the size of central banks' footprints arising from the direct CBDC can be mitigated by partially insulating the central bank from general users. One version of this insulation completely different, keeping you padded and safe and out from that world itself. Think about inside your house. In the walls, behind the walls, you have insulation. It keeps the house warm from the outside. So you have a partition essentially from what happens outside to the inside, the insulation. One version of this installation is a second tier of narrow banks, payment banks. See the India stack described in box 1. There are a number of variants. Remember, we just spoke about narrow banks. One variant would be the indirect CBDC, which technology firms or conventional banks could provide customers with synthetic CBDCs that are fully backed by segregated central bank deposits. Another would be an approach by which narrow payments banks invest customers' deposit exclusively in a central bank. What I want to show you guys too, what they're talking about here. I want to show you exactly who they're talking about here. All right. Okay, a stablecoin backed by a basket of deposits at different central banks. It is possible that such a stablecoin could be valuable for cross-border payments, serving a function similar to that offered in the private sector by Ripple. Look at that, all right? Not my words. G30 here, a real-time gross settlement system, currency exchange and remittance network, whose digital currency, XRP, leapfrogs slow, expensive correspondent banking. Shot. Everybody. Guys, I hope you guys learned something today. By guys, I don't mean your gender. I could care less about that. I hope y'all learned something today. Can't wait to see you guys on the next one. Love y'all. Peace.
All right, so that was from Mr. Man. Glad to share that with you guys. Big zoom in of the muff. What the hell? Ah, not that. God. Welcome to Elon Muff. This is not a muff. I don't even know where the heck. Never mind. Epic fail. Jeez. Let's get into the next part. What we have. Let's get into a few more comments, but let me zoom out. So, yeah. What the heck happened there for a second? So, my God. All right. Let's get into some of this. Yeah, that's horrible. All right, so that's pretty bad. Gonna check in. I want to welcome Steve the Canadian. He says, "Oh, hey, Max. Glad to have you. Welcome, Mr. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Brian Dowie. Got to be handy with the stellar, if you know what I mean. To earn your keep. Yes, he did say that word. Mr. Man did. Elon Musk says Squidward. I'm referring to Edward Vincent because he talks like Squidward or whatever from what is it? SpongeBob. There we go. Worst analogy ever. Welcome to Scotty Knows. Glad to have you here. All right. GS says Brian, patch a crabgrass down there. I hate crabgrass. That stuff is so annoying. And it just springs up out of nowhere in your grass. Max killing the line. Sounds like the real song when I read it. Yeah, sort of. The hair around your lips looks like a muff. Wow. Well, probably does. All right, sorry. Anyway, she has killing the lines like Crypto Hulk. Calvin says, with all due respect, I respect a musky Caroline more than this, or more than him, she. Ooh, boy. Calvin. Welcome to Calvin with the T6 glider. Calvin, you see Caroline on a pogo stick yet? All right. As the saying goes, after about 2 hours, the show usually flies off the rails and becomes DGen Talk Now. That's okay. We're going to kick it into this next segment here in a bit. We did share some findings from the muff. Now that we were done sharing that, we are going to get into the next part of our coverage. And that is this right here. Smash that like for some Nexera. I like this. It's quick and to the point. So, look what's mentioned here. Can Nexera achieve a 100x in the next bull run? Some people feel this way. Brian, I think a while back, I think we had a conversation many months ago. Maybe it wasn't a DM. I don't remember. Maybe it was just, in the chat. But, people were talking about Nexera or back then ALBT, focus on 10x. But in reality, it's like this is going to be like 100x, right? So it says first when you compare Nexera to the current market cap of XRP, is already a 601x away. Now, when you compare the fundamentals, look at this, connecting to 100 trillion plus in trade flow. Nexera, RWA tokenization, Nexera, more bullish tokenomics, Nexera, 14 plus supported networks, Nexera, enterprise trading, Nexera. Now tell me, why can't Nexera achieve a 100x return in the next bull run? Of course, this guy's got a full review, but look at this. Price of Alliance block Nexera when its market cap reaches the current market cap of XRP, which would put it at $33.44. It's a 601.29x. You know, some people are going to say, oh, it's never going to happen. You know, you just understand this. You don't know what's going to happen in the future when it comes to like our utility run. So many people put so much focus just on, you know, the current market situation. And that's it. That's all they do. And, you know, they're not having the whole concept of the utility run, right? Fortunately, that's all we got in regards to Nexera. I did look a little bit more. I want to jump into this next part of what we have, which is LCX. We haven't talked about LCX in a while. This was reported 8 hours ago. This is from this guy named Steven Perinello. He states, Timons is a project by LCX. We know this, right? It says, with the goal to showcase the opportunities to tokenize assets to, you know, basically educate consumers about tokenization by gamification. You know, it says the Timons project includes two key elements, tokenized diamonds called Timons, and of course the TIA token. Timons are non-fungible tokens representing the ownership or rights of real-world diamonds. Each diamond, or Timon, I should say, is receiving TIA, where you want to refer to it, tokens as rewards over time through the own-to-earn model. All right, so it says some of the benefits of Timons. Timon tokens are deflationary crypto as the supply decreases with time. In every on-chain transaction, a fee of 10% total is automatically taken and it is split in three ways. Reflections, for instance, 5% fee of every buy, transfer, sell is redistributed to all existing holders. They have rebalancing, or 2.5% fee of every transaction is automatically transferred into LCX token at Uniswap. Number 3, a burn of 2.5% of the TIA tokens are burned automatically. Furthermore, LCX is publishing a certificate. The certificate will be made public and published by LCX as the token issuer. And then on top of this, look what it says. The LCX certificate includes the following information. Are you aware of this? Name of the token issuer, name of the digital token, the TT system that is used, summary of the embodies right in each token, data certificates, certificate signatures. So I would always say, boil it, mash it, stick it in stew. LCX believes in the potential of tokenization, but they also see the barriers which need to be overcome to fully embrace blockchain technology for asset digitalization. With Timons, they are exploring basically the digital scarcity and tokenization of assets, an exciting but underexplored concept that blockchain empowers. And there you have it. Timons from LCX. Tokenized diamonds. Yes. All right. Get back into a few more comments. And then I'll kick it into the next part of what we have, which is going to be HBAR. All right. Let's see what we have. Let's go further down. Mr. Dowie says, Max hates crabgrass. I do. I don't like that stuff. All right. Elon Musk, breaking news. Kanye West just won his legal battle over Adidas. Oh, he did. To regain his Yeezy bank accounts worth approximately $75 million. Good for him. You know, I mean, I don't agree with some of the stupid statements he's made about like how he loves Nazis and stuff like that. Whatever. But at the end of the day, you know, like what Adidas did, I mean, you can't just basically sabotage somebody's access to their own bank account. I mean, that sounds like something like a Nazi Gestapo type of thing in itself. So while I don't agree with some of his stupid Nazi comments, I would agree that, you know, that whole situation. I mean, whether we like the guy or not, you can't just be a Nazi Gestapo and seize his assets that way. Dave D, is it true that XRP does hold 60% of supply? I don't own any XRP, but I keep hearing that. I don't know about that. I have to verify that. I'll be honest, even though I'm in XRP, I don't have that verified. A guy who may know about that may be the one and only Mike Cornwell, aka Elon Muff. All right. Scotty, now, serious question. How do you decide the long-term hold or the rinse and repeat, just waiting for the bull run kind of hold? That's a good question. My thing is this, all right? So how do I decide some of this? It just depends. Like I mentioned before, there is some long-term holds for sure. I know some people don't like the concept of hodl. Some people don't like, they just don't like the name of it, holding on for dear life. But in reality, some of these are long-term holds. I talked about this yesterday. You may not have been here yesterday. That's okay. You don't have to be here every day. But like Quant is a very, very long-term hold. I justify that because I know, based off of research and so on, that it's going to be one of the few to create that generational wealth. Why would I want to take profits at, when it goes to 4 figures? I'm not going to do that. And that's just me, right? Don't let my influence or what I'm saying prevent you for anybody doing what they're going to do. Again, at the end of the day, it's not financial advice. But there's a few cryptos I have to say, I guess you could say I'm somewhat mirroring. XRP, Quant, XLM definitely stand out in that regard. And then as far as rinse and repeat, I mean, I would say the rinse and repeat would be after some of these 4-year cycles. But you guys also got to keep in mind what could very well put a damper in that. I should say necessarily a damper, but will change things forever when it comes to crypto is the utility run. Because once we have that regulatory clarity, that this is where the whole debate of 99% of all these assets will go away, and there will only be maybe like, I don't know, 1 to 400, maybe 500 cryptos will survive. Yes, but we're not at that point yet. So when we get to the utility run and so on, is that going to be the last time where you see 4-year cycles? Possibly. Some people are stating that, nope, all my research, the whole concept of 4-year cycle, this is done because we get utility run before the cycle begins. That's it basically. I don't know. I'm not quite stating that. But I think it's a combination of a few. I do feel as though we'll get at least one last 4-year cycle. And as far as how this, all the 4-year cycles repeating itself over and over and over, I just don't think that will be the case anymore, because by that time, we should have the clarity. And based off of that, you can't have any, they don't want it, the big institutions don't want to see anything volatile. So that is a very hard question just to give you a direct answer and say, yeah, we just rinse and repeat. However, I will state this, maybe some people feels like I'm backtracking. I will state this. There has to be some that are going to stand out as far as rinse and repeat. And if so, which ones are those? You know what I mean? And that's where I'm at right now. It's like, is this all going to happen in late 2024, 2025, possibly 2026? 2024, 25 should be pretty big. But I think we should all definitely take some profits on some of the ones that we're not married to. I think I've been pretty consistent in regards to that. If some people want to call that rinse and repeat, you could call it whatever you want. At the end of the day, I mean, there's going to be other projects that are going to come in the future. Yes, we'll get the clarity, but am I supposed to believe with the evolution of, of innovation in Web3 that there's not going to be a new cryptocurrency project? No, whatever ones those are, we'll recognize those opportunities and so on. As far as a rinse and repeat, and then again, that's the whole concept of trying to look into the future and the crystal ball, if you will. Like nobody has those particular answers yet. But as far as the ones that have been here for many years, the XRPs of the world, the Stellars and so on, I don't think by the future, many years out, that is so much a rinse and repeat. They have to have a high stable value. As far as the value of what you see now, 8.5, 9 cents for XLM, like those days are going to be long gone, years from now. All right. Brian Alley says, hold the blue chips, rinse the memes, and degen plays. That's okay. That's a great way of looking at it. Yes. No, they don't on 60%. Max, Tim, and Brian, I promise to clean up my act by the end of the month. That's all right. I don't care. It's all right. Be yourself, man. All kidding aside, I think institutions are gearing up more than they were in 2021. Yeah, that's a good point. I think they are gearing up. They got to gear up. There's also frustration. Some of these bigger players, whether it's Stellar, Hedera, you name it, they want to see us, or I should say us, them, right, as organizations, achieve some of the bigger things that they're all hoping and praying for. And to always just be stuck in the mud because of the SEC or whoever is not the pathway forward. I mean, the innovation is the pathway forward. It just, I don't know. I kind of look at it like from this perspective. It's like, I don't know if you guys know your history, for instance, like on Teddy Roosevelt, for instance. It's like you think of some of these leaders of our country many years ago. It's like, yeah, we could have the JP Morgans of back then and so on, but not to the degree of like where we're at right now when it comes to the hampering of, it's not that innovation is being hampered, but it's definitely, well, here in the United States, it's definitely that's the case, but it's like, you know, we should be embracing crypto like Japan is embracing crypto. And, you know, who leads the charge? I think it's Japan. But as far as the institutional money, I think they're recognizing some of that. It's just, it sucks that you hear talk of some organizations leaving the United, you know, will be forced to leave the United States to go open up shops somewhere else. You know, some people have mentioned, like what you see on the screen, like, will it be, you know, the country of Liechtenstein, or there was another organization, maybe it was OKX, that rivals the concept of LCX because they opened up shop in France, trying to solve like a similar thing. Kind of getting off the, going off the rails with that answer, but anyway. Smash that mother yucking. That's funny. All right, let's go further down. Thank you, Max. Good answer. No problem. I mean, it's just, there's so many different market conditions. It's hard to really say and give an answer. But if we, how about this? All right, if we don't get the clarity by then, and a 4-year cycle has already happened, then by all means, why wouldn't we, you know, do a rinse and repeat? So that, how about this? That should answer the question. If by that time we still don't have clarity, at least here in the United States, and it's kind of iffy around the world, like there's some delays, you know, even then, I mean, you know, this whole concept of, what's his name, Taro Kono of Japan, you know, you're going to see implementation start towards the end of this year for DFFT, especially at the beginning of next year. You combine that with a Bitcoin halving. I mean, honestly, how much more time do we have for a 4-year cycle and for rinse and repeat? This might be the last of the rinse and repeat. So just, it all depends. So just, we got to pay attention to what's going on in the world. If we don't have clarity yet, then yeah, absolutely, I would do the rinse and repeat. And then for me personally, you guys already know my stance. I am long-term holding my QNT, my XRP, my XLM, because that's generational wealth I don't want to get rid of, where I just like going to freely hand that over at, like, I'm not going to hand over my XRP at $50. I'm just not doing that. Some people are going to do that. If you're like old school and you got so much XRP, and that will equal to the, you know, the financial freedom, you know, great. You know, some people came into XRP for under, what was it, like under pennies on the dollar many years ago and so on. That's awesome. Not everybody's fortunate to have that situation. Or, you know, maybe it's, you know, XDC or some of these other ones, right? But that's just the way I look at it. I'm going to, those ones I'm not sweating because I know where they're going to go. You know, for me personally, it's not fortune teller type stuff. It's just more like, I trust the research. I trust, you know, the whole concept of like the interoperability of Quant and so on, and understanding that there is going to come a point in time where, just like everybody talked about Bitcoin, like, my God, if I could have only invested in Bitcoin back in 2010 for, like $5. Oh my God, I heard about it. I would have been a multimillionaire or a billionaire. Right. I understand that. Know this, eventually we'll get to these conversations about Quant. That's the way I look at Quant. And that's the way I look at some of these other ones like XRP and so on. I mean, XRP is already still in the top 10. With all the bad news about XRP, they are still consistently in the top 10. They're ranked 6 overall with an SEC lawsuit. Like, why are people dismissing that? Number 6 overall with still a SEC lawsuit. Can you imagine if they didn't have that? Like, and another thing, this whole notion that Bitcoin has always been number 1 based off of market cap on the rankings. That's not true. Technically speaking, it has been dethroned at one point. By who? Ripple's XRP a few years ago. It didn't last forever, but it did happen. All right. We'll read a couple more comments and I'll kick it into, I think what we have next is, H-bar. All right. So Dave D says he's a total degen. He doesn't have 30 years to wait on blue chips. Okay, fair enough. I mean, it just all depends. I understand that. Some of that. So I don't know about 30 years though. I don't think like, honestly, I don't think I'm gonna have to wait, 10 years on Quant or 30 years on Quant. I'm not looking at some of these things like, like Amazon, like, we should have invested in Amazon back in 1997 and look where it's at now. I mean, that's a good point. I'm like, who wouldn't have invested into, if we would have known, right? I don't look at some of these projects and, in blockchain and DLT as being the same type of situation. All right. Dave D, LO, I'm 80-20, 80 blue chip, 20 degen. The Crypto Jedi, he's taking profits. He's not waiting for 4 more years. Yeah, everybody's got a different situation. Do not let anything on what I'm saying influence you in regards to your personal decisions, right? Because that would be financial advice, and I don't do that. Mel, welcome back. Me either. I'll take my money now. Our government, in my opinion, is too corrupt to trust anything you tend to be involved in. Good point. So my flood says, got a diamond hand on my XRP bags, and you have been. I remember that you mentioned you've been in XRP for a very long time. Shout out to you, Mr. Selmo Flood. Here's a dab. All right. XRP very undervalued. It still is. It still is. Marvin Davis says, not even looking at $50. Let the big dogs take their gains. I will patiently wait. Yes. Brian Dale, yeah, you know me. All right, let's go ahead and highlight that as a bookmark. I want to get into this thing about H-bar. So the other day I was talking about, the Citadel wallet and so on. How I feel as though, like, not necessarily Citadel wallet, but something from, Hedera is going to be the one, right? Because, let's face it. This whole notion to think that Ledger is always going to be the one. We obviously have people get out of Ledger. Some of you guys didn't panic. You look at like, hey, man, it's not the end of the world. I get it. But I do still feel as though that's not necessarily Citadel. Maybe that will be the one. But Hedera is going to get the job done from 2 different factors, with everything they've been trying to do as of the last year or so, with whether it's the Citadel wallet or whatever else out there. But especially with, the mechanism for lost seed phrases. You combine those 2 things in an all-in-one wallet, hardware wallet. Are you kidding me? You really think that Ledger is going to be able to really, really compete with that? And I'm not saying necessarily that Hedera has the exclusive technology to make that happen, but with patents and so on, that would make sense. Anyway, let's jump into this for a brief moment. So this is Citadel Wallet. There's a blog alert in regards to this. The second part of the blog post on Citadel Wallet's security is dropping on June 2nd. That's just coming up here real soon. In part 2, they dive into the wallet's secure architecture. For instance, secure element and processor, secure Bluetooth, root of trust, security audits, Citadel Wallet, security redefined, secure element, processor, Bluetooth. Like we mentioned some of these things, right? But my key thing is, while it's just a brief thing, I want people to understand that we're going to take you to this, and there's a lot that's mentioned It dates back to May 2nd, early this month. So it says the power of protection, Citadel Wallet and Guardians of the Citadel NFT launch. It says in the days leading up to the launch, Andy Kulikian, if I'm pronouncing that right, the founder and CEO of Guardians of the Citadel NFTs and Citadel Wallet, had no time to lose. Bold, insightful, and meticulous, this hardware and electrical engineer with years of experience in embedded systems development for highly critical industrial, military, and avionic applications running to yet another meeting. Hardware wallets are a crucial element to the cryptocurrency ecosystem of all different flavors. They are, right? I mean, most of us own some form of a hardware wallet, right? But when I got further into this, it says, harnessing his early interest in the possibilities inherent in the Hedera's Hashgraph protocol, his HBAR to the Moon online persona, and his passion for Web3 applications, and he put his head down and got to work, basically. The resulting Guardians of the Citadel Headstarter whitelist pre-order launch on March 29th, 2023 was a defining moment for the Hedera network. Listen to this. He has a passion. He says, have a passion for what you're doing. Cultivate a passion for what you are doing. It's almost impossible to be good at something unless you have a passion about it, because you got to do 10,000 hours of intent work on it, not just doing it. Having a passion also makes life more fun. Quoted, of course, by Dr. Lehman Baird. The decision to use Headstarter was a wise one. Built on Hedera, Headstarter curates, supports the best early stage Hedera projects and connects them with support, community, and decentralized funding. Its mission is to enable the success of promising distributed applications on the Hedera network. And this project is indeed promising. The Head Start team is made up of industry experts that assist early stage projects to bring their applications to market by facilitating fundraising, as well as providing the tools and assistance needed for launching disruptive, I always say distributed ledgers technology all the time. Disruptive, decentralized apps that bring real world value and innovation. In regards to this, so the innovative aspect of this project, if you're wondering, lies in its introduction of a novel approach to acquiring hardware wallets using NFTs known as Guardians of the Citadel. With each NFT purchase, buyers receive a set number of hardware wallets that can be redeemed physically or traded as wallet NFTs. The current Guardians are comprised of these three distinct types: Ice, Fire, and Nature Knights. With Nature Knights already sold out, these Guardians are designed with AAA gaming standards and feature immaculately detailed artwork. Here's some of these things. I know some of you guys are into some of this stuff. I mean, I'm not. But, one thing I do like is, let's face it, a lot of you guys own ledgers and so on. But this brings it to a whole new level, in my opinion, right? So additionally, the Knights offer several benefits, such as the ability to vote and share in revenue, access in GameFi, community perks, giveaways, and airdrops, which are all unique compared to other hardware wallets. And again, this is one of the key areas I want you to pay attention to. This is unique to other hardware wallets. And this is why I want to point out some of these things. Like when I make statements about, in the future, this could very well be the go-to platform for a hardware wallet. Am I too far off? I don't think so. So let's go into a little bit more about this. A scroll through the project's white paper, which I didn't do that, but nonetheless, you're welcome to do so, right? Confirms that a Guardian NFT pre-order for a physical or NFT wallet represents a significant step forward in the development of the digital asset ecosystem, offering a compelling blend of technological innovation and creative design. You gotta keep in mind, this is all connected to Hedera. I own a pretty decent sized bag of Hedera. Some of you guys have multiple bags, but Hedera has been, for the longest time, up until Jasmy. I got really into Jasmy. It was in my top 5. HBAR has moved to number 6, but the point is, it's still part of my top 10, and I'm glad about that. And this just this doesn't even scratch the surface as far as what Hedera brings to the table, as far as their ecosystem, you name it. We're always talking about the governing council of Hedera, but this hardware wallet, it just continues to impress. This is why I like to give updates in regards to the hardware wallet, because the way I look at it is you have more than just a few incentives. I mean, it's, I'm not trying to bash, the ledger, but it's this brings, we talk about like, different layers of utility. Like, does your hardware wallet have these amount of, layers of utility, if you will? I think the answer is no. So the March 29th launch, right? However, it was not without its hiccups, right? And we understand this. Like anything that's a new innovative product, right? Especially a hardware wallet, you're going to have probably some hiccups. But I like the idea that you have some top, scientists, if you will. Like, come on, Dr. Lehman Baird and some people like that behind things like that. That's so impressive. So it says Andy working side by side with the Head Starter team at Citadel Discord mods pulled together to identify, resolve, and communicate the quote maxed out issue within the first hour of the launch. Within the first hour and a half, Guardians of the Citadel NFT Knights began to appear on Twitter. 7 hours into the Head Starter whitelist mint, more than 1,200 hardware pre-orders were sold. We're always talking about supply and demand. Boom, there's a perfect example of that supply and demand, making significant waves in the current bear market. Within the first 5 days, Citadel raised 3.3 million HBAR, sold 1,007 Knights, along with 1,627 pre-order wallets. As we approach the end of the first 30 days of the whitelist and public pre-order mints, growth has remained steady and consistent. I like seeing that. I'm a big fan of like when things go into consolidation. I know this is a hardware wallet, but keep in mind this, right? I'm one of those guys. I realize that maybe I'm not part of the overall population that looks at it the same way, but I'm actually a fan of consolidation when things do trade sideways, for the longest time, like, for instance, 9 months, a year, and so on, because I understand that when we get into a real bull run and things approach all-time highs, you'll see parabolic things, right? And when I think about like this, for instance, I'm thinking, there is a tremendous amount of supply and demand for hardware wallets and so on, or cold storage, you name it, right? People are going to, as we speak, choose like, am I going to jump ship from, Ledger to something else? Will this be it? Listen to this. Citadel has now sold almost 2,000 hardware wallets. Were you aware of that? As an increasing number of people recognize the value of pre-ordering a Citadel wallet by purchasing a Guardian of the Citadel NFT. Again, another layer of what? Utility. Incentivizes, rewards, you name it, right? Some of the outlines, right? Look at this quote. Some people say, give the customers what they want, but that's not my approach. Our job is to figure out what they're going to want before they do. I think Henry Ford once said, quote, if I'd asked customers what they wanted, they would have told me a faster horse, right? Think about where we're at in Web 3. You know what I mean? Approaching this whole thing, going from Web 2 to Web 3. If you ask the average person on the street about crypto, they're not going to know about it. They might have heard of Bitcoin. Is that why more and more people are buying BTC? Now, don't get me wrong. I understand the concept that it's a store of value. There's still opportunity there. You could earn a nice yield on, what you got into, especially those people who got into, for instance, BTC at like, 12,800 during the time of FTX, and compared to like where we could go here in the future. We should get well past the previous all-time high for BTC, 69K and so on. But this is a great statement, because the reason why it's a great statement is people are only focused on the now. I hate to say it. Not everybody is focused on the future. If everybody was focused on the future, you would see a lot more millionaires and billionaires. But the wavering dominant population is still going to be like middle-class citizens who are stuck in the middle class. I'm still part of the middle class. I'm not too generational wealth yet. Just because I made, turned 10K into 120K in 2021 with crypto doesn't mean that I am still not labeled part of the middle class. You know what I mean? That was nice to have it, but that didn't make me wealthy. But the point is, this is a great statement. And the statement basically is that just like even way back then, they just want a faster horse. They're not seeing the broader perspective of where we're advancing in technology. Just like when people come into crypto, they're only seeing what's on the surface. Oh, the only one I know of is Bitcoin. Well, I better invest into Bitcoin. And of course, that will probably always be a thing, right? But what about us who have done the research, whether it's with these hardware wallets and so on? Do we understand the bigger picture of what's, the innovative products? I think Citadel is basically one of these, right? So I'm not going to read all this, but I'm going to talk to you about just real quick where it says, the demand, right? So it says the HBARian community reflects the project's innovative approach and growing demand for secure, user-friendly solutions within the Hedera digital asset ecosystem. I think in the future, there's going to be a tremendous amount of demand for this. And I think maybe even as we speak, people are recognizing this. If you have examples like was previously mentioned here, where Citadel now sold almost 2,000 hardware wallets, and on top of that, at the end of his first 30 days, was it? Excuse me. Let's go further. Within the first 5 days, Citadel raised 3.3 million HBAR and sold 1,007 nights, along with 1627 pre-order wallets. There's already demand there to begin with. Where does this thing go to the next level? And it's tied into Hedera. I mean, we got so many different examples about like Hedera's HBAR. Like it's not even a blockchain, right? Its consensus algorithm is not even a blockchain. It's the gossip protocol, right? The Hedera hash graph consensus. It's a whole different type of DLT. There's so many things, and it's like, from what I've seen, as far as the top 100, may very well be I guess this and BSV, like the two fastest ones out there. That's significant. All right. We have some more coverage. I don't want to turn to WrestleMania, but I'm going to jump into some more comments. And then from there, we're going to jump into what we have a little bit more, which is Casper, ALGO, and BSV. All right. Smash a like if you haven't done so already. Let's kick it back into the comments. And we're at the 3-hour mark. My goodness. 30 years, according to Marvin Davis, of these are not stocks. This is the new financial instructor, folks. Know what you hold. Well, yes, definitely know what you hold. Thank you, Marvin Davis. Calvin, last year Ledger was king. What changed and why? Well, the way I look at it, if you had, and I don't think I'm too far off with my numbers, if you had to give a ratio of like, how many people hold a, cold storage, of some form, I would say 90% of the people would say, okay, it's Ledger, right? But what changed recently is the whole concept of, going through a third party and giving that information. People don't like that for the same reason why they, the concept of, not your keys, not your crypto, become your own bank. It's like, people don't like the idea of any chance of somebody knowing how much of this they hold, for like tax purposes, whatever the reasons. And that scares some people. And as a result, they have chosen to get out of Ledger or jump ship and go somewhere else. Or they still have their Ledger, but they're on the cusp of, well, what's the next thing out there? Is it going to be, Citadel wallet? Well, currently speaking, no, they don't have the support that Ledger has, but you can see where Citadel Wallet's going, and some of these incentives that they have, and so on, whether it's some of these things with the Citadel NFT, the Guardians of the Citadel NFTs, and so on. You don't really get those type of options with, for instance, like a Ledger, right? Understand the two side by side. Ledger is going to win as far as, I just want to be able to hold my crypto on off the exchange and so on. I get that, but I'm just saying in the future, that in combination of, if a person loses their seed phrase and stuff like that, that's game-changing technology. All right. I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that there's a gripe, if you've been following us, about some of the third-party stuff. Yeah, exactly. Brian's right. Backdoor to your keys, All right, let's go further down. I want to read a couple more comments. Marvin Day says some sold BTC at 300 or bought pizza. That guy that bought that pizza from, was it Jacksonville, Florida? I mean, I know he tries to play it off like, oh, I didn't know. I'm going to beat myself up. Yeah, man. I honestly think deep down that guy has to be beating himself up. I think I would be. I honestly think I would be. I'm just going to be honest with that. I think I would be beating myself up about that. With 100, am I reading that right? 10,000 BTC now. Look at the price of, I think it's a typo, BTC. Either you believe or you don't. And most that say they want generational wealth want Lambos for self. Shaking my head. You know what? Yesterday we shared what Coach JV's perspective was on that, right? Once this stuff goes to the moon and or Jupiter or Uranus, that's horrible. Neptune, freaking Pluto, whatever you want to call it, out of the Milky Way, whatever, right? The way I look at it is like, am I really going to go buy a Lambo? No, I'm not really into Lambos anyway. I'm more into Ferrari than Lambo. Like I wouldn't mind having a like a classic Ferrari, like an 84, 85 Ferrari Testarossa, like Sonny Crockett had in Miami Vice. That's just me, but I would still much rather have like a classic car, like an old school Impala or something like that, or old school Bel Air, or like a 48 Ford convertible like they had in Back to the Future, that Biff Tannen drove. Those are nice cars, right? But my thing is, I don't want to purchase any of that stuff until I do some of the things where I've earned interest on the assets, right? Where I can produce a method of passive income based on that generational wealth, if you will. If you go, it's the saying goes, if somebody wins the Powerball, and they just go and they blow it all the way, why are you doing that? Why don't you just live off the interest? That way you do have the generational wealth. But let's be honest. There's going to be people that are going to blow it all the way. And it's a shame. You spent 150 for your Ledger Nano X WTF, man. Yeah, and I'm not trying to tell you guys to get out of like Ledger or anything. I'm just bringing you guys some of the news findings. Brian Dowie, Calvin, yes, it's an option, but I was upset they gave the option. A lot of people, that's the whole thing. A lot of people are upset, right? They said the government can subpoena your wallet, right? That scares a lot of people, because they think, well, if the government can subpoena my wallet, then, is the government going to find out that I didn't, take profits or something? And then they're going to hit me with a bunch of taxes. That's a form of doom and gloom. People recognize that. People were like, I got to find something else. Marvin Davis, are you here in the space for generational wealth or for self wealth? It's okay either way, but be real with at least yourself. Yes, be real. Music NFTs, I'm thinking they can be very popular soon. Yeah, that was one of the main reasons why I invested into audio. Right, Audius. It takes the middleman of like a big record label out of the mix. If you're an independent artist and so on, like we always talk about the tokenization of anything and everything. Like audio, aka Audius, it's just that it's the tokenization of the music industry. And it's one of the key ones that Investor Place, which is a platform, I should say, that I subscribe to annually, I pay for annually, and they highlighted, and I was very impressed with it when I did more of my own research. I even covered Audius back on my own before I was here at CTN on Maximus Crypto YouTube station or channel, and then I bought the bottom of it, so I'm very pleased with it. I'm still up like, I don't know, a few 100%, and I bought that in the bear market. And, I would agree with you. I think that is definitely going to take off. I think audio and some other ones like it will supersede the previous all-time highs. And more people are becoming more and more aware of this. All right. You will still use Ledger S and X. Yeah. I mean, if anything, you just, you don't have to accept that update, if you will. At least that's what I gathered. Yeah. The Crypto Jedi. What if all hardware cold wallets are required to have a backdoor? I'm losing faith. I'll just start with Ledger. That's a big what if. That creates just as much of a what if compared to like, what if, the SEC wins the Ripple case and, Ripple has to go to Europe and stuff like that. And like, Can you imagine getting to the point where it's like, we do some crazy stuff like, I don't know, purchasing hardware wallets, I guess you could say. That sounds crazy. This is like the ultimate doom and gloom. We have a family member that lives, I don't know, in Italy or something. You work out an arrangement where they buy you a hardware wallet and you can prove that, it's only bought over there and then you only have it stored over there. What a pain that would be, like then everything goes to the moon and then some. What are you going to do? Go fly over there in person just to access your hardware wallet? Or do you call the person on the phone and do you even trust that the person is going to do the right thing? I mean, they are family, but can you imagine the mess that would create? Hopefully it never comes to that. But that's a big what if that you asked. Well, Ledger can't be the only one with the back door. Right, exactly. I'm $1 of wealth away from losing my middle class status. LOL. Well, you know what? It's a lot of us. Let's face it. I mean, we're being real, right? A lot of us have done things. I think I saw Michael Montclair. I doubt he's still in the comments. I probably because of the time difference, right? Like 3 hours and 10 minutes in the show, but like, he's pointing out like, it's ramen for a month. People are realistically doing these things, and it seems like it's tough. It's the people who are tough that come out of this. It's just like the pandemic, I hate to bring this up, but it's just like, there's people that panicked in the pandemic and some people lost their lives, not necessarily because they got sick from COVID, but, they panicked because it was something that they never witnessed in their life, or they just didn't know how to handle it and so on. And it's just like, when I think about like crypto during this accumulation phase, it's like, there's some of us that, are going to stomach the idea of sacrificing, and that's what it is, sacrificing some things that we enjoy, which, let's face it, like maybe it's eating out all the time. Let's be honest, like, Michael Montclair, like I'm pretty sure he mentioned that in the comments, like he's gonna have to eat ramen, right, or whatever it is, like almost like, most days out of the week. That is a sad reality for people. But even though it's a sad reality, the positive thing is this: he understands, like I mentioned, that we are in the accumulation phase and that these things will no longer be on sale all the time. Why wouldn't you want to take advantage of these times? As we know, this is not going to be this way forever. I know some people who may be listening or watching or whatever you're doing. I know, we got reports that some of you guys are truck drivers. Some of you guys you listen to CTN every day, which is awesome. I love you guys for that. You listen to CTN every day from like a Bluetooth or whatever, and this is your go-to platform. We're not like the biggest channel out there. I get that. But the key thing is you understand that you're part of a community. You like what we got to offer. But the main thing is this, even beyond all this, patting each other on the back type stuff, you are convinced that there is got to be a better way out there for you, to get out of this struggle. Some of us are in a struggle, some of us aren't. Some of you guys already made it years ago, and you're now into another, maybe your second or third or fourth bull run, right? But whatever the case be, there's a lot of us that are, you want a better life, and you feel as though that this is the answer. Like for me personally, like, yes, crypto is my answer for, being able to have a better life. Like I want my dad to be able to have a better life, but I got to be able to have my own personal life and so on. And I don't want him to go to, and he don't want it either. He don't want to go to a regular like nursing home or whatever, and get served a bunch of mush on a daily basis. I don't want that. I'm like, when he went to this place for his physical rehabilitation, right? I saw stuff. I'm like, oh my gosh, Dad, like you've been eating this stuff for the last couple of weeks. He's like, this stuff is horrible. I was like, well, Mom went to this place, and the reason why I had him go back to this specific place is because that place helped my mom walk again. She had stage 4 breast cancer that spread to her spine, and it was so bad that the doctor said that she would never walk again. And this place helped my mom walk again. So my attitude was like, you know what? I remember my mom complaining about the food, but this place did a better job than anybody else because they helped her be able to walk again. And this place helped my dad get stronger again. And that's the way I'm looking at it. But am I realistically going to like have enough money to be able to like help my dad like, you know, live the last years of his life, and he's gonna be eating mush and not enjoying it and feeling like he's in the freaking prison or whatever at some place he doesn't want to be with a bunch of people he doesn't want to be around. No, I got to get things set up in which, you know, he can have like a great companion, like a Mrs. Doubtfire, if you will. Somebody's gonna like make him great gourmet food, you know, help him watch whatever shows he wants and stuff like that. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, you know, I'll come visit him and stuff like that, but I'm not going to be able to accomplish some of these goals off of a teacher salary. I'm just not going to be able to do that. And that's why I obsess over some of this stuff. And I think this is why some of you guys obsess over some of this stuff, or why we, you know, are going to eat ramen all the time for a month, like Michael Montclair has mentioned. You got to do whatever you got to do. You know, some guys you sell, you know, like even right now, I still haven't done it. I got to do it. Like I have an Xbox Series S, not X. I wish it was an X. That I should sell. It's only been, I think it's still like, it's like new, but it's like new, but it's been used like once or twice. It's still like new. Probably should sell it. I could, you know, use that and sell a couple other things. Boom, an extra 100,000 worth of Jasmy. You know, if you think about it, right? Sell that and a few other items for like 400, 500 bucks. That's another 100,000 worth of Jasmy. Anyway, I'm kind of going off the rails, but the point is we all have the reasons of why we do what we do. If you're $1 away from losing your middle class status, it's for some of those reasons. And there's nothing to feel bad about, because at some point you will reach the status that most people do not get to reach. And that is being part of the top 1%. You know, look at some of the stats of what it takes to be part of the 1%. When we reach the goals of where we need to be with this whole crypto thing, we will be part of that 1%. You know, I don't know about you guys. I mean, I'm not necessarily looking to go back to an old high school reunion, but it has been on my mind, right? About like, maybe I should go like show up in a freaking helicopter or something. I don't know. You get what I'm saying? Anyway. All right, let's go further down in the comments, and then we're going to get into the next part of what we have, which I believe, what did I say it was? It's Casper. Yeah, we got some Casper for you. It won't quite be WrestleMania. I don't know. I'm starting to think maybe it will, unintentionally. Yeah, I don't like the thumbprint either, Brian. And I don't like the idea that, like, you know, what is it? Like, we take our phone, right? And then we can hold, I think it's the power button and the volume. It takes a screenshot. And you got to keep in mind, you know, what is it like? There's so many ways where that can be manipulated. You know, I don't trust it yet. I have to find something in which is like, you know, this is the ultimate, you know, like what you see in the movies, like, you know, it's just like, I don't think we're at that point. Some people think that we are currently at that point with the technology, but as far as like with what we have available to us in hardware wallets and so on, I just don't think we're at that. Now, will Hedera eventually get to that? I think so. But even then, if I have the option, I still don't think I go that route. I am with you when it comes to that. I don't like the thumbprint. GS says they were two large pieces. The guy tries to make it less painful, saying they were large pizzas. Yeah, he does try to make it less painful. You know, I know you guys watch Jesse, KIR Finance for his Jasmy cover. A great guy. You know, I'm glad that he's okay. His stroke wasn't to the point where like he died from it. That would have been horrible. A great proponent of Jasmy, great community leader, and so on. Great content, right? So he, you know, I think in one of his last Jasmy videos was mentioning that he actually lives in Jacksonville, Florida. He went to his local Papa John's, and they even had the plaque where that guy, you know, did the Bitcoin pizza thing. And yeah, I mean, I've seen the interview too, and yeah, he does mention it. It's like, I'm trying to make it less painful because I bought large ones. It's like, okay, well, just because you bought large ones doesn't change the fact that you basically exchanged generational wealth for pizza. I get it. He couldn't have known, but that has got to be bugging him. I mean, how about this, guys? If there's anybody still watching, and it says there's 30 in the comments, be honest, right? Well, no one's gonna judge you. Is there somebody here where you're gonna lie to everybody and you're gonna say, "No, that wouldn't bother me"? No, I think. Come on, guys, let's be real. You can put it in the comments. Deep down, wouldn't that bother you deep down? Like that would bug the hell out of me, man. All right, not Caleb. Marvin Davis, Caleb and Brown broker, buy, sell, trade XRP, XLM, XTC, BTC, ETH, Doge, SHIB, you name it. Yeah, I did report on some of this. Was it last week, last Friday, something like that. JJ, thoughts on Casper? Thoughts on the Boston version of Casper? Yeah, get yourself some Casper. Sit on the, go park the car with some Casper. Okay. I have done a intro / deep dive on it. You can watch that if you choose to do so. Get a little more into it. I think it's a great one to have. It is on my list to acquire. I may bite myself and or kick myself in the butt later on for not getting it sooner at these prices. I get that. For me though, there's so many cryptos that are actually good to get into, and I added it up at the current time being. And I said to myself, if I want to get into everything that I want to have and have a decent sized bag, I'm looking at $27,000 more than what I already put into crypto. And I've already put into crypto my last thing I added up. And please don't take this the wrong way. I don't want people to think this is a pissing con. This is just not. I'm now up to 74,000 reinvested into crypto. So for me, it's like literally like trusting what I have and stacking more of what I have to reach the goals of where I want to be. I think Casper could 100x. Some people say, well, then why don't you just get into it? Okay, because I think there's some other opportunities for me personally that I need to achieve. And one of them is definitely Jasmy. Like for me, it is crucial that I get to 1 million Jasmy. Because I feel as though we're not going to be at these prices forever for Jasmy. Now for Casper, don't get me wrong, I think we still will have these particular price levels, right? So we talk about supply and demand. Like there's some big things happening for Jasmy or Japan, I should say, here soon. So that creates that demand for me to at least try to, and I already have done this. I already got halfway towards my goals. My goals was 1 million Jasmy. I'm already at a little over 500,000 Jasmy. So I'm not panicking to the point, but I am somewhat, because I'm recognizing like, look, next payday is like a couple weeks. I'm gonna use a portion of that to get to the next, goals of where I want to be for my Jasmy. Because the way I look at it is there's so many things in line for what's happening with Japan compared to what's in line for happening with Casper. Now I could be wrong, and Casper within the next month just goes absolutely insanely parabolic. I mean, all those things are factors, right? Like I missed the boat on a few things in the past, but guess what? Like I pointed out before, some of you guys have missed the boat on other things like the graph, GRT, or audio, right? In which I hold some of those things. There's always going to be these types of things. But as far as Casper, I do think it's a really good project. I will agree with 2-Bit. I think it's a potential 100x. I don't know if it's 1,000x, but I think it's a potential 100x. And it is on my list to eventually get into. As far as when I get into it, like I said, I don't know yet. I got other things that are on my priority list. Big holder of Casper. Me too. I have a decent sized bag of Casper. But yeah, Casper, the Massachusetts way of saying it, and Casper, both are great projects in my opinion, not financial advice. Time to turn it in. A great convo about hardware walls. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, that's the way I look at it. I mean, a lot of times we put a lot of focus on, this crypto project, that crypto project. This whole thing of Citadel or, with Hedera, I'm telling you flat out, guys, I don't think I'm too far off on this. If I have to pick the one that's going to be the one, maybe a year or two down the road, I just think Hedera is going to be the one when it comes to, you're trying to tell me they're not going to combine a way of, losing the seed phrases, right? Which is a huge utility layer in itself. With the hardware wallet, that would be like counterintuitive. Why wouldn't they do that? If you have that that in itself, like, how much of a selling point that is, and then combine that with some of this stuff that's mentioned here with the NFTs, like, I don't know. Ledger is going to have to come up with something. I'm not bashing Ledger, right? Don't get me wrong. I don't like the idea about the third party stuff. But what if my aunt had nuts? She would be my uncle. Jeez. Your Uncle D's nuts? No, I'm kidding. My Crypto Jedi, I'll eat ramen and buy one ply toilet paper that rips on my mid wipe. Prawn. See, notice how I said prawn because I don't want this stupid thing to, YouTube gets in a hissy fit about stuff. It's so ridiculous, man. If I say the real word, like I might have to turn that off for a second because, they see it on the screen. Anyway, prawn is free, at least I'm trying to stay positive. LOL. Yeah. And if they freaking give us a warning on that, I will contact their support and be like, look, you guys are a little bit too crazy with your stupid algorithm. If you're going to ban our, I hope that we don't get banned just because they warned us, they gave us a warning last time because I was playing some kind of, I think it was like a Tupac song and it showed like some drug dealing or something. And, they're like, if it happens again, your channel will be suspended. I think for a week or two. So you better believe I would put in a support ticket and let them know, like, look, this is BS. It's stupid. It's like you wonder why, Redacted, right? Those guys, Clayton Morris and his cute wife, why they put so much emphasis on like, hey, let's jump over to Rumble. Because they're not as copyright or they're not as First Amendment like anti-First Amendment, if you will. All right. Right now, let me know how it goes. Yes. All right, let me go further down. You're gonna transfer your Saitama for Big Bag for a big can of Chef Boyardee. Oh jeez. Yeah, mine's Saitama, right? So I got about $4,000 into Saitama originally. It's worth, I think, 50 something bucks, $58 or something, and it shows me, based on my statistics, for my portfolio, it says your all-time best performer was Shiba Inu, and it says your all-time worst performer is it used to say Shiba Inu, now it says Doge because Shiba Inu, I forgot, has dropped down. So it says your worst, your all-time worst performer is Saitama. Like it says like 99.87%. Like a person could technically call it a slow rug. Now you may be wondering, like, well, what about the V2, Max? Right. I did equate how much it cost on average of what that V2 would be and so on. It's still like based off of gas fees and where we're at in the V2. 99.87%. Person could say that was a slow rug or faster. I don't know. I mean, like I'll point this out again. For all you guys who are still holding Saitama because you have no choice but to do so, hold that to like where you see things towards all-time highs for Bitcoin and Ethereum. If you are able to take any hint of a profit, all right, some people say this is financial advice, whatever you want to call it. I mean, this is what I'm personally doing, so it's not financial advice. But I'm telling you flat out, please do not be this person where somebody came out with a video, an influencer, content creator, whatever you want to call it, who is like, well, you guys don't understand. Saitama now is really going to do something. No, get the heck out of it. That's your chance. We talk about the rinse and repeat. There is no repeat. It's just rinse. Yes, rinse off that Saitama crap off your hands completely, please. My God, rinse it completely off. Unless your guy is just like, I don't know, Max, a DCA more to okay, I don't know. There's so many other better opportunities. You're gonna try to tell me you're gonna justify your loss of Saitama by DCAing into it more. Why aren't you DCAing into some other projects? Like they're part of the top 50 or something. I mean, like. I just don't get that. But anyway, yes, rinse it off completely. Take your profits. If it's a break even after gas fees, then go with it and be done with it. That's what I'm doing. So as soon as I think basically speaking, it's probably close to like 4,800 or $5,000. Once I get $5,000 on it, I'm done. And I don't give a damn if they promise like Eva Savaju, literally at my house on my bed. You know what? And it's just no. I'm not getting into Saitama again. No, thank you. That's not going to happen. You know what I mean? I don't care if she's at my doorstep or whatever, right? Like, no. Or Jessica Alba back in like 2003 or something like that. No, I'm not getting into Saitama. I can't. All right. Should I swap it for bidet? That's what Larry did. Not financial advice, but okay. A prawn. Who else thinks that Ben East guy is a fraudster? I don't know, man. I mean, I still watch him because I do some of his content, but I mean, I get it. Some people just like they don't like the idea that he promised that he wouldn't dump his position, and he did just that. Like, what? If you're making as much, he claims he's a multimillionaire, right? I seen him at, me. You guys know me. Like, I'm an NBA basketball fan. I seen him I think it was last season. Yeah, so last year, he was at, I think the Eastern Conference? What was it last year? Eastern Conference Finals? It was whatever year it was that the Atlanta Hawks went to the Eastern Conference Finals. And as you guys know, he lives in the Atlanta area, right? He's a big Georgia Bulldogs fan, and I saw him, like, he wasn't necessarily like courtside seats, but he was like the next row. Those are some expensive seats for playoffs. So it's like, darn well he's a multimillionaire. So you claim that you're part of the greatest community alive. I know some people are gonna say, like, don't do this. I think even Larry doesn't like me doing this, but sorry, this is the way I feel about it. If you're all about community and you're going to dump your position on the community, why are you dumping your position on the community? You're selling all that. I don't know. And don't get me wrong, okay, maybe like some other people mentioned, you need to look more into it, Max. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, there was some real good reasons. Okay, I understand that. Maybe there was some real legitimate reasons. I don't know. But on the surface, it doesn't look good. It just doesn't look good. I'm just throwing it out there. I know Larry doesn't like me going after it. And I do still watch him. I think he does have some great content, but it's kind of like the whole thing, like, for instance, like with Crypto Hulk, right? Like, he bashes all communities. He does. He would even bash our community. Are you kidding me? He would. But I give him credit where credit's due. The guy is probably the best of the best when it comes to, like, his deep dive, like, detective work. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I could open up a sports almanac or something like that. He could find something that would tie that into the World Economic Forum or something. Like, how did you do that? Like, he does it better than anybody, and that's what sets him apart. So, anyway. All right. What I got right now, I know I'm 3 hours and 31 into it. I think I got Casper, ALGO, BSV. That's all that's left. So I'm going to jump into this, and it's not going to take forever. I want to jump into this in regards to Casper with the ER, not Casper, the Massachusetts way of saying it. So let's jump into this for a brief bit. And here it is, basically, right? So this is from Matt Schaffnit. And he states 76 different consensus methods. Casper network has proof of stake compared with the unique highway protocol, which ensures efficiency, security, scalability. Let's try to blow this up for you guys. All right. So let's pull this up for just a brief moment. And here it is. And there's a lot that's basically showed here, right? But how about this? It says attacks, denial of service, overloading nodes with loss of transaction. You guys know about some of this stuff. I mean, you should. 51% attack, controlling more than 50% of nodes, can create a fork longer than the main chain. Sybil attacks, when one node tries to represent multiple identities, cryptographic attacks that break the underlying cryptography, right? The quantum, and so on. The consensus algorithm plays a crucial role. I mean, there's just so many things mentioned here about the blockchain consensus. What? Encyclopedia, right? The CAP form states that in case of a partition, a distributed system can only preserve either consistency and availability. I mean, if we got into all this, it'd probably take like at least an hour, maybe two. But the key thing is like recognizing, like, for instance, what is tied into, like Casper. You have this thing in regards to like, DAG, not necessarily Constellation Day, right? But they got this direct acrylic graph tangle. Maybe that is Constellation Day. Sorry, they got hash graph in here, but they got this thing. I don't know. It was just a cool thing. So what I've gone ahead and done is for educational purposes, I wanted to basically share this with you guys. And I have gone ahead and retweeted this. I liked it and retweeted this. If you're in a Casper, you should share this because, it's really impressive. At least I think so, in that regard. And, I think I'll mention like maybe a couple more things on this. Hold on a second. This whole concept of proof of stake, proof of capacity space, Byzantine fault tolerance. I mean, that was some things that were mentioned with, for instance, Cypherium, right? Proof of burn. But there's so many impressive things when it comes to Casper. And for me, when we talk about Casper or talk about Hedera with its impressive governing council and their partnerships and so on, to me, Casper is almost that much as impressive. They have, very, I should say equal, but similar partnerships, right? I think it's still a very, very undervalued project. I do give Mike Cornwell a shout out to introducing this to me. I know he introduced this to us. I'm just saying. And then when I found out more and more into it, when I dived more into Casper, I was like, this has to be one that hold, and it leapfrogged itself from the top 20 that, I was into like, the top 10. Okay. All right. I want to show you guys, I think this next part of what I have is in regards to ALGO. So, Algorand is one that we want to continually try to cover here at CTN. And I'm glad to be able to do that. If anybody just connected, I know it's kind of late into the show, please smash that like. It does help. Algorand Foundation says disaster relief can be slow, inefficient, cumbersome, and I can't even pronounce that. I apologize. I read all day. Some words I can pronounce, and some this escapes me. Blockchain tech can fix that. Read our latest article on how to, how to learn how to care survivor wallet, how that facilitates and expedites the delivery of critical goods to families in disaster-stricken areas. I'm not going to take up the longest time to show you this, but I don't know. It was kind of a nice read-up. So it says how blockchain is transforming disaster relief. It's like, are you aware of this as well? It says, there's this whole piece written up about this. And you got to keep in mind, when we talk about Hedera, they're the greenest of the green. Number 2 would be, ALGO. I still say it's not a close second, but they are second. But, ALGO is a great project, and I'm glad to be invested into this. I believe ALGO is in my top 10. It might be ranked right at number 10. But anyway, it says natural human-made disasters are on the rise in the U.S. They are. I mean, come on. California has been on fire for like over 20 years. Now, Oregon, my home state, it sucks. But anyway, following each catastrophe, the federal government, state governments, and private nonprofit organizations have rallied to assist the survivors. The system has worked, but most of the time, I should say, it says, but it can be slow, inefficient, cumbersome, and I believe was it opaque? Let me see how to pronounce this. This is bugging me. I know how to pronounce most words, but sometimes I don't know everything. Let's listen to this for a second.
Opaque.
Opaque. Okay. Not able to be seen, not transparent. Okay, my bad. Let's jump back to this. So let's share this tab instead. So blockchain technology can turn that slowness into speed, that efficiency into real, efficacy. I'm pronouncing that right. Jeez, doing horrible on this today. And the cumbersome and opaque procedure through which survivors receive aid into a frictionless, transparent experience. It can save time, money, and lives, right? We always talk about can blockchain or DLT save money, can save time, especially when it comes to payment rails. Like, is this a lot more faster and efficient, right? But how about this whole thing about disaster relief for just a brief moment? So I'm going to jump down to here. It says, when government agencies do connect, survivors are often forced to fill out cumbersome forms, which take time on both the application and administrative end. Caseworkers have to approve each individual application and then make preparations to send the aid needed.
The uniqueness of each disaster requires different responses from different agencies, so this process is often repeated, increase the amount of time required for relief to be delivered. Now, I want to state this, right? And I've covered, for instance, like with Stellar XLM. Keep in mind, before the war in Ukraine started, you had, for instance, like here in the United States, I think we have like, I don't know, 2 to 4% crypto adoption. But over in Ukraine, they had figures of about 12%. After the war, or during the war, I should say, those numbers increased dramatically to about 50%. All right. And that basically is because cash is like pretty much like worthless over there. But on the other hand, being able for people to have access to funds immediately through the likes of Stellar and so on, that was a game changer, right? Talk about the supply and demand. These are people who are like on the front lines and so on. Like they have to have, they have to have their funds immediately. Again, here's another example, but this time, like even in our own backyards, right? So with Algorand, right? So it mentions a few other key things here. It says if the inefficiencies and the wily nature of the process don't stop at the application stage. They have an example of St. Vincent de Paul and his house in a box program. Until now, when a disaster hits, one of the first things SVDP would do is go to the place where citizens need relief. They would either rent a warehouse or in some cases build one where basic household items, beds, mattresses, kitchen sets, towels, linens, and so on would be shipped for storage. Shout out to Mike Cornwell with some of his shipping storage containers, right? So SVDP, then hires drivers to deliver the goods to the home of the survivor, who has been waiting months for delivery. Staff member and volunteer time is precious, yet there are other organizations that will actually have staff members and volunteer stand in line at Walmarts around the country and purchase hundreds of gift cards that are sent in the mail to the home of the survivors. The time required for this kind of relief adds to the delay that survivors face when a disaster takes place. Says transparency would greatly improve the relief delivery process, yet it remains incredibly opaque, as in the case in the overwhelmingly majority of disaster response efforts around the world. Resources sometimes go unaccounted for, and given the dozens of agencies and NGOs involved, some efforts can't be duplicative. Now, there's solutions to this, like they mentioned, in regards to blockchain. I'm not going to get into all of it. But, what I want to point out is this right here. And basically speaking, it says the Algorand blockchain. This allows for survivors to easily prove their identity, then receive and manage relief funds through a wallet management portal. So earlier we were talking about on the show, what Citadel wallet provides, right? A hardware wallet and so on. But this is a different form of wallet. We talked about Nexera ID in the past and so on with passports at the the airport. But again, to be able to receive and manage relief funds like basically immediately through a wallet management portal is crucial. Once a disaster occurs, relief organizations like SVDP, the American Red Cross, and others can set up a disaster event on the platform, provide a form of collecting information from applicants. A survivor can use the wallet to immediately submit an application to that event. Using their DID to fill in the form, the disaster relief organizations then receive the applications on the platform where they can evaluate them and release funds to the applicant's wallet. Again, understanding this is so much better of a solution than just going through like fiat, for instance. It's just, this is why in Ukraine, for instance, that, you have over 50% adoption, right? When it comes to crypto compared to other places in the world. And you better believe that if we got a crisis like this here in our own backyard and so on, that creates that much more supply and demand to have a solution in the form of an application to give people who are in desperate need the funds that they need, like it says, immediately. So you could take more of your own deeper dive into this, how it saved lives and so on. But come on, it's from the Algorand Foundation. That in itself is really, really cool. That in itself is really, really impressive. And I'm glad to share that with you guys. All right. I'm going to read just a few more comments. The last bit of our coverage for tonight, which unofficially turned into WrestleMania. Didn't mean for it to do that. Basically speaking, yeah, it's going to wrap up here soon. BSV will be the last segment. Brian Daly says got to go. Later, got to bounce. Take care, Brian. Glad to have you here. GS, the same piece. Look, containers. LOL. How long ago did you type that? 3 minutes ago. Yeah. Yeah. You know what, Mike? You should basically, you know, like, sorry, just getting distracted. Maybe you should, shill some ALGO around when you do the, when you sell a container. I don't know. It's up to you. All right. So since I reached bottom, I'm going to jump into this whole thing of BSV. All right. So on BSV, all right, this is from the Algorand Association or Algorand Association. BSV, let's start that over. BSV, Bitcoin Association. Okay. So there's some things that we reported, right? Remember, Cool Cat Crypto was talking about, what's coming up with this London blockchain conference. Well, it says, have you missed your favorite speaker today? Day one recap of the London blockchain conference is now available. You can basically check it out and so on. I did check it out. It's a big, long list, and I just don't want to make the longest video, but I did retweet this. What I like is what you see here. It says, that's a wrap for day one. This is 8 hours ago. Show some of the people here and so on, right? Cool stuff. Here's another one from Whale Shark. Breaking popular BSV wallet Hand Cash now supports top up payments in BTC. Assets such as ETH and DOGE rumored to get listed at a later stage. Now, when I got further down into this, I want to check this out for a second. There's already over 9,000 people that attended this event. Let's pull it up a tad. So there's that. And then on top of that, it says a big turnout. There was. Let's show you guys this for a second. I mean, am I supposed to believe that, all these people are showing up to a fake Bitcoin conference and so on? Why is IBM mixed up with this and so on? Again, I mean, it's just taking your own deep dive into this. So look at this. Who's here in London for London blockchain? What are you looking forward to the most? All right. I want to show you guys this. The technical stage kicks off with Dr. Craig Wright, right? On the far right. It says Bitcoin Beyond Fireside Chat, moderated by Marcin Zarakowski from Bitcoin Association. A little bit more here. London Blockchain Conference happening soon. This already has, basically. But, this was a thing, right? And it was I don't know. I think it was a big thing. And I'm going to try to get more into, I don't know, maybe tomorrow bring you guys some, the information that stood out. I got to review some of it. But anyway, I just wanted to point out to you guys it definitely did happen. And it's worth paying attention to. But I think I'm going to wrap things up. So thank you again to everybody who was here. Appreciate it. So I'm all super big on the screen. Squidward sold like 15 plus this month. That's awesome. I probably had to talk to you about some of this stuff. Been a busy month. People start moving in the evening hours. Lol. And there's Mr. Squidward. All right. Well, smash that like on the way out. I do appreciate you guys. Almost 4 hours. Kind of a long show. But you know what? Glad to do it nonetheless. Take that off. All right, you guys, you have a great night, and we will see you back here tomorrow for more Crypto Talk Now. Let me see. Tomorrow is what, Thursday? Let's see here. It might be Larry. I'm just giving you a heads up. It might be Larry because tomorrow's game one of the NBA Finals, and I probably do want to watch the whole game. So I'm just throwing that out there. But I'll be back on Friday. I had to see if he can even do it. He might not be able to. And then if that's the case, I'll try to be here first. A short show. So you guys take it easy. Understand the squid that you hold and why you hold it. And, I do enjoy some deep fried squid, whether it's the one with the head or the one with the tentacles. Don't knock it until you try it. It's delicious. If you go to Portland, Oregon, go to a place on Northeast Sandy Boulevard and 82nd Avenue, referred to as Thien Hong. It is literally the best deep fried squid you ever had in your life. I could eat a barrel of these things. So delicious. And yeah, there you go. All right. 3 LOL later max whisker biscuit. Yeah, I need to I don't know. I'm okay. I just need to color it more. I need to, trim it up and color it a little bit more. You should watch yesterday's show, Beaver Butt Talk Now. My God. Are you serious? You guys were mentioning that in the chat? So my house was about to burn down. The kitchen was about ready to burn down. And you were talking about beaver? Let me tell you about this, Mr. Elon Muff. Ward, I think you're a little hard on the beaver. So is Eddie Haskell mauling Miss Cleaver. What movie is that from? You got exactly 10 seconds to respond. And if you win, you'll win absolutely nothing. So let's see what you got. Waiting for it. There's a little bit of a delay. Waiting for it. Beaver Talk Now. What if Sobo's listening to this, while she's doing a summer school class? She's trying to oh, this is a serious show. And then out of nowhere, for the summer school kids, it's just hey, Max, yeah, you should watch yesterday's show, Beaver Butt Talk Now. LOL. I'm Elon Musk. The day before yesterday when Larry was here. I mean, Beaver Butt Talk Now. Wow. Unbelievable. So hold on. You say day before yesterday. So Monday? Oh, that's right, because I was watching the Eastern Conference Finals. That's what you guys were talking about? Man, you know what? I bet, when Larry's here, what the hell do you guys talk about? You guys just go off the rails, huh? That's crazy. Poor Larry. I got to help him. I got to help him with his. I have this software that will reroute his internet. All right. He's contacted, just real quick. I know we're wrapping up the show. So he has, hold on a second. He has, hopefully you guys can hear me like this. He has contacted his local ISP, and there is no level 2 support or anything like that. There's not. It's stupid. The guy doesn't even know what a tracer route is. Not Larry, but I guess the people. So when I do a tracer route, I get 9 hops. That's it, 9. He gets 24 hops. This is why when he's talking, it's just and then he's back and then he's okay for a while. And why he can't share anything. He has great internet. He's got 1 gig internet, don't get me wrong, but it's it's just his route is all jacked up. So when I was doing the DPG Maximus YouTube videos and stuff like that for my gaming channel, at one point I had a similar problem that he had, and it was so upsetting. Here I'm flying through the sky, with my Junkers 88 bomber or whatever, right? I'm a carpet bombing enemy team, and my plane is rubber banding like crazy, and so I had to have some kind of solution. So I purchased for a year this software that reroutes my network route. You know what I mean? Because my network route was going from Phoenix to LA to San Francisco to Portland to Seattle, all the way up to Vancouver, British Columbia, which made no sense. Then it went from there all the way down to Utah. Then it went to Chicago. And then listen to this. You think it would go right to Chicago to New York or something like that, right? Nope, didn't do that. We go there to Dallas, and then Dallas finally over to New York. Then it would go all the way down to Miami, Florida for no reason at all. And my ping to the server was supposed to be 30 to 50 ping to LA. I was getting 175, 250 ping, a dial-up connection. I honestly think that's what's going on with Larry, right? So I got this software. I forgot what the name of it is. So I had to dig this up on my own little private investigation. And it was great because basically it makes my computer think I installed a brand new NIC card, right? But this card, it's a virtual NIC card. It will reroute the whole route. So I was getting a direct a direct route like I was supposed to get, and it fixed my pings and my connection on. So I was telling him, I was like, if I could find out that software again, the sucky is gonna have to pay for that. I don't know. It's gonna be like, I don't know, $70 to $100 or something like that for a year. But he's at the point, he's like, yeah, I gotta have that, man. So I'm gonna try to find out what that is. I have to dig up my old emails. I forgot the name of the software. But I'm determined I'm going to find it before he comes back on the show for Saturday. So obviously, I'm probably not going to have it ready for tomorrow. Maybe, possibly, I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to try to get it ready for him tomorrow, and then that way he can start having some good shows. You know what I mean? And people can stop bashing him like that one Scott guy or whatever. I don't know. Maybe Scott's cool now. Who knows? I just remember that first day that that Scott guy was just like, oh, you don't cover the news 24/7, blah blah blah, and Larry's Larry, I'm me. You know what I mean? We're different people. You know what I mean? Like, we're never going to make him me, and he's never going to make me, him. And, no one's going to be Elon Musk. No one's going to be April Cornwell, right? We are who we are. But we'll get it figured out. All right, I'm going to check out these last comments for a bit, and then I really am going to go. What's this? Beaver butt? Hold on. Beaver butt. My God. Sobo is going to be rolling over in her, going crazy when she reads some of these comments. Elon Musk, when Larry was here, okay. Is this a new avatar, April? Let me see this. Is that okay? I'm assuming it's kind of like, it's a good avatar, but is it kind of like, really, seriously? Are you kind of like, like is it like, seriously, Mike? Seriously, Mr. Elon Musk? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a good avatar though. It was when Larry was here. Hold on a second. Vanilla is made from beaver butts. Is that really true? Is that really true? Let me see that. We talked about the goo that comes from a what? You guys talk about that on the show? Imitation? You guys talked about that on the show? That's crazy. Hold on. Where does vanilla come from? I don't see any mention about a beaver butt. Wood pulp. All right, hold on. I'm going to type it. Does vanilla... Oh, God. Does vanilla come from beavers? What? This is a thing? Oh, my God. It's on National Geographic. I'm scarred for life. All right. This is totally nothing to do with crypto. So let's share this real quick. Bonus coverage of CTN. Here's a beaver. Elon Musk, I think you're a little hard on the beaver. So was Eddie Haskell, Molly Muscleaver. I asked you guys, what movie does it come from? I still haven't got any answer. I know the answer. Yeah. All right, there's the beaver. Why do I have to subscribe to this? All right, beaver butts emit goo used for vanilla flavoring. What? Just in time for the holiday cookie sim, we discovered the vanilla flavoring in your baked goods and candy could come from the anal excretions of beavers. What? Beaver butts secrete a goo called castoreum, which the animals, oh my God. Why do I have to know about some of this stuff? And why does this, hold on a second. Why does this guy get so much bigger? All right. Which the animals use to mark their territory. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration lists castoreum as a generally regarded as safe additive, and manufacturers have been using it to extensively in perfumes and food for the last 80 years, according to a 2007 study in the International Journal of Toxicology. I lift up the animal's tail, said Joan Crawford, a wildlife ecologist at Southern Illinois University, but it's fading away. And I'm like, get down there and stick your nose near its bum. People think I'm nuts. They're not going to let me read it because I have to be subscribed. I got paid for the service. Now let me go back to a different one real quick. How this all recipes. Is there beaver goo in your artificial vanilla extract? Boil it, mash it, stick it in a stew. Oh my God. There's a beaver right there. I'm from Oregon. Of course, we have the Oregon State University Beavers. I mean, that is a nice looking beaver. He's kind of a cute little beaver. Yeah. Despite its origins, it actually smells pleasant as a natural food flavoring for nearly the last whatever. And yes, it's been used to replace vanilla, raspberry, or strawberry. Hold on a second. We're going to play this for a second about all this beaver stuff. Here's the thing. I mean, no offense to Elon Musk. I mean, I love you, man. You're my homie and all, but like, gosh dang it, stop going ahead. I mean, I just want to state this real quick, all right? It's like this, all right? And I don't mean this in a bad way, because I mean, maybe in your household, well, between you and April, you guys are married, which is good, but you have a mutual understanding of, all right, and I hope nobody unsubscribes about this, but this is CTN After Dark, all right? Okay, just real quick before we end the show. So you guys have a mutual understanding when it comes to beaver and obviously Muff, because your name is Elon Musk. So obviously you're obsessed with beaver, Muff, anything in regards to that, which is kind of crazy. But anyway, we're going to get into this real quick. This is crazy. Thank you, Max. You rock, sir. You rock too, Mr. Almost said Elon Musk, Mr. Edward Vincent. Imitation vanilla is made from beaver butt goo. Real vanilla is made from vanilla bean plant. Aha, yes, that's right. Yes. But imitation vanilla. Oh, so I need to stick to the real vanilla. That way I'm not getting it from a beaver butt. And perfume. So when you spray that perfume, it comes from a beaver's butt. So this is why the French, it says EA du toilet spray. You ever notice that on your CK1? It says EA du toilet spray. They call it toilet spray. It's butt spray from a freaking beaver's butt. I don't know. The secret to imitation vanilla is 2 inches below the beaver's beaver. What's his name? Johnny Knoxville referred to that as the gooch, or was it the other guy? That guy that you were playing for, Crypto Hulk, with your Skeletor. What's that guy's name? The guy that's also part of Jackass. What's that guy's name? Who had that song with not Mr. Beast, but Beastman and Skeletor, and it was played by another guy from Jackass. What is the guy's name? I forgot the guy's name. It was Eminem. It's from 8 Mile, you guys. What's wrong with you guys? All right. He's obsessed. That's why it's so expensive. Skunk. So April, I mean, here's the thing. You and I have never really had a conversation, April, and that's okay. I mean, don't expect you to have a conversation with me. But is it safe to say that your husband, Mr. Mike Cornwell, is definitely obsessed with like beaver and muff, to the degree where he just walks around town? Maybe he walks around like a chicken. He's like, woof, 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 or something. I don't know. Instead of like bark, 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 he just like muff, 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 muff. I don't know. Or just like he does like a beaver dance or something. Because I mean, to me, it's like this whole beaver talk. I mean, if you were on live with Larry talking about beaver, I mean, it's definitely on the mind. Definitely on the mind. Yes, Bam Margera. That's it. That's right. Gooch, LOL. Yeah, that's right. The gooch. The area between the what and the other one. Yeah. Yes, definitely obsessed. Oh, he's obsessed. Can I ask you this real quick? All right. I don't want to listen to Dr. What's her name? Dr. Ruth. What's her name? Dr. Ruth Esslinger, whatever her name is. Dr. Ruth Westheimer. That's right. Dr. Ruth Westheimer. She's still alive. Is she still alive? Oh my gosh, she's still alive. She's 94 years old. So I mean, can I ask you this? All right. In closing, are you glad that Mike, aka Elon Musk, is obsessed with beaver and muff? He took your advice. Well, that's to be expected. I mean, you guys are married. I think most guys are, though. Yeah, but to the degree of Mike Cornwell, of your husband. That's all I need to know, and then we can wrap things up. I'll play the video real quick. But to me, Look at this avatar. Look at this. Have you guys seen this avatar? Look at that. I mean, the guy took the time to actually create an avatar that shows Elon Musk as Elon Muff. And look at the background of that avatar. And he even has it written like Rockstar style, like, you know, I don't know what band that is, you know, like, but yeah. I mean, you know, I think at some point somebody's going to make a freaking rock band, you know. Yeah, well, on tour, the one and only Metallica, AC/DC, and now featuring Elon Muff. If somebody makes a rock band called Elon Muff, I don't know. I might have to go to it. My beaver only. Wow, only mine. One beaver show. Good to see you, Professor Max. Oh boy, you too. What up, fam? What up, Mr. Patrick Collier? Or great. Okay. Wow. All right. We're gonna play this in honor of the great Elon Muff, aka Ward. You're a little hard on the beaver. So is Eddie Haskell, Molly, and Ms. Cleaver. Smash that like. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's share with you guys something educational. And it basically says, is there beaver goo in your artificial vanilla extract? Is there beaver goo in this? There is a rumor that castoreum, goo from a beaver's nether regions, is in some artificial food flavorings. My God. All right, let's go ahead and play this. Well, there you have it. For all those who are wondering, is there a high chance that we have been consuming beaver goo, beaver butt goo from a vanilla extract? The answer is most likely no, because they only produce 300 pounds of it. So I'm not sweating it. You know, I don't think. Maybe at some point I, consumed it. I mean, am I gonna go burn myself at the stake or something because I consumed some beaver butt goo? No, but now knowing some of this stuff, I may very well decide, you know what, I got to make sure that's real vanilla and not, beaver butt goo. Now, somebody else earlier mentioned about the whole thing about Elizabeth Warren for $100 or $100 worth of Jasmy. Well, that, if Jasmy goes to $100 per Jasmy, something with, Elizabeth Warren, or basically do beaver butt goo. No, I'm good. So, yeah. All right. 8 Mile, not 8th Mile. All right. We better quit muffing around. Lol. Yes. Just spam F5 and then add block thing works over time. Sometimes it stops it for good. Really? I didn't know that. Your ice cream float will never taste the same again. Oh, man. That's horrible, April Cornwell. All right. I guess on that note, we're going to say boil it, mash it, stick it in a stew. You know who you be. I be with you. I'm all big on the screen. If you know what I mean, get some of that ice cream vanilla float with the beaver butt extract, if you know what I mean. I don't know where this is going. It's a fun time. It's time to say adios as you enjoy the vanilla extract slime. Don't add it to your float. because it's ready to go down your beaver butt. Extract ready to roll. I don't know. That's a horrible rhyme. Anyway, I'm going to take off. I wasn't intentionally trying to do a rhyme. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, most likely with Larry, unless he can't make it. I will watch game 1 of the NBA Finals, and I will enjoy it. And hopefully I'll fix the whole thing of being so close to the camera, because nobody wants to see me this close. But I do understand why you guys say the whole thing about, Filipino ice cube. It's the hat, because it's got the D, It's like, I'm Detroit, you the D. You the new kid about to get smacked back to the boondocks. Freaking Mike Cornwell. Your squad ain't your type, so take some real advice and form a group with Edward Vincent, a.k.a. Vanilla Ice. And when I tell you, you better use it. This is Crypto Talk Now, not the Hilly Billy music. I'm kidding. All right. I'll see you guys. Have a great one. We'll see you on the next one. Know what you have, know what you hold. Yeah. All right. Peace out. And remember, Biggie Smalls is the illest. Your style is played out, Mr. Mike Cornwell, aka Elon Muff. So what you talking about, Willis? Yeah, that's right. All right. Peace out. Bye-bye. Where do I close this out? Let me take me off the screen. Here comes the casting couch. Here comes the lovely, clean casting couch.
Singing this song, I see I was wrong. To chain you down, I was the clown. I'm singing this song, I see I was wrong. To chain you down, I was the clown. I know now when you're all alone. I've had the time to run out. I pray for the touch of your hand. Your love is so, so grand. Oh, baby.
Breaking the law, breaking the law. All right, bye-bye.